And so it begins. I told myself I wouldn't be like those other YouTubers who constantly put the words, "it begins." Oh, how far I've fallen. As you can see, we have not explored anything in that direction. So we're going to have a lot of looted and trashed ahead of us. And hit the gas station first on our way out. What a lovely start. Our own gas station. Funny thing is, these guys are all going to be respawned by the time we get back. Alright, let's get this shit over with. We got places to be. Anyway, refilling some gas. Seeing some zombies there tells me that as soon as I turn on the generator, we're going to have eyes in the back of our head. In fact, I'll do a perimeter check now. I don't see nothing. That doesn't mean nothing's there. Alright, clear. I believe I do already have, yes, I do have a spare can. Probably won't need it. There's probably going to be a couple of vehicles in Ekron with, gasoline. A point of consideration. Do I want to bring a generator? Because there is a spare one that I could bring. I'm leaning towards no. I'm leaning towards no because that means I have to bring it back with me. Because there's a couple of other places that I want generators that I don't yet have a spare generator for. I'm not leaving one in Ekron. And reducing the amount of loot I can ferry back with me by 30 encumbrance, no, I'm not doing that. So, we're going without a generator. If we find one out there, great. If we don't, we'll live. Do I want to take the north route? I believe I do, yes. Yes, I'm going to take the north route all the way to the highway. Yeah. I don't exactly remember the best route to get to Ekron and back. Because I only made the journey 2 or 3 times in my previous run, and that was the first time I'd been to Ekron in my previous run, in 42.7, so... it's not new territory, but it's still very relatively unfamiliar. It's not like Riverside, where I've started there literally 24 times. I can tell you where every single building in Riverside is. Ekron, working on it. What are the brakes on this thing? Shush. I can't remember exactly how good the brakes are on this thing. I'll have to brake check myself. Very important thing in Project Zomboid to know how well your vehicle can brake. Otherwise, you can and will kill yourself due to a car crash at some point. Happens to the best of us. Alright, I'm at 60, 70, something like that. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. We're alright. Tempting, but no, I already have 2 fully rebuilt ambulances. I don't need a 3rd. Very interesting that we're getting snow to stick. Wasn't quite expecting that still in the middle of November. Alright, so if I want to go to Ekron, I believe I'm turning north at the crossroads with the gun shop. But I don't know that for certain, so I'm actually going to check real quick. B42map.com. Extremely useful resource. And this is Ekron here, so I believe I am correct. Or no. I want to go all the way down to where the mall is. That is past. Yeah, this is the crossroads I'm thinking of. Or is it? No, this is the crossroads. This is the crossroads. There's a gun store and a house there. That one turns north. I don't know if that leads to anywhere particularly useful if you go north there. But we're going to pass that and go north at the mall. Is there a group there? That's just a small group, right? Yeah, just a small group. Remember, if you see Survivor Zombie events, you stop for them. Because those are basically sources of books. And we all want books. Losing some frames because of the snow. An RTX 4090 can only do so much. Second best GPU on the market can only do so much. Rabbits. 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 They damage your hood and they damage your proteins. I just wrote a very angry post on Steam about proteins. Saw somebody complaining about negative traits and it just, it made me want to chime in. Even though it's a bait post. I'm bad at that. Never take the bait. I did take the pickaxe, good. I keep seeing the flint deposits and wondering, did I bring the pickaxe? You know what I didn't bring? You know what I didn't bring? I didn't bring the sledgehammer I rebuilt. I don't think there's anything in Ekron that I care about that is locked behind a sledgehammer required door. I don't think. There are a couple of doors in the fire station that I will get annoyed if I can't open, but that's not a problem. Diner is looted and trashed, it looks like. I wonder if the survival store is looted and trashed. Or I guess it's a gun store? I don't know. It has guns in it, but I think it's like a hybrid camping gun store. And it looks... I don't know why the doors are black, I can't tell. It looks like it's been looted and trashed. I'm gonna approach from a different angle, find out for sure. No, that's an intact window. So at least the... Yeah, the gun shop is intact. All we need to do is see one intact window. The devs have granted us that kindness. I ain't fighting through all this just for that, but good to know it's there. Ooh, Survivor Zombie event. What have we got? Military backpack. This is, I can't turn this down. We are getting out. We're going to kill every last one of those guys. First side quest has begun. I'm going to split them up by going pretty far here. Wait for them to get to me. Yeah, I'll toot. I do want to pull some of them, just not all of them. I also probably should get some backup weapons on my belt. The problem is I'm focusing on things that can't really fit on the belt. I got these axes, I got these maces, none of them fit on the belt. Alright, I guess I will take a couple of axes in my hands. The sooner I get rid of these, the better. Because they're just dead weight until I break them, so... There we go. There we got a nice little streamline of them there. The war has not begun, but a side battle has. This is a border skirmish. Call it that. The great border skirmish of our time. Slowly chipping away. Didn't quite split them up as much as I would have liked for axing, but it's fine. Actual survivor guy never left the side of the road. Or should I say gal? That is a table chair with spikes, maybe? I'm not sure. Alrighty then. Antique table leg with nails. I don't know what type of weapon that is. I'm thinking it's long blunt. Oh, one black knee pad. Darn it, I want two. That's unfortunate. Oh well. Don't need... I can research a craft from this, I guess. Yay. Oh, and this is leather. I can cut it up. I think. Yeah. ladies and gentlemen, we have military backpack Charlie. Does not look like it has anything that I really care about. I know I already have Butchering 2 and 4. In fact, I have a copy of Forging 3, like, on my person right now. So I don't need 2 and 3 here. Those are going on the floor. All this food and all this other stuff, that looks fine. Do I have some trash bags? No. Ah, yes, I do. Okay. What I'm going to do is empty out this military backpack into a garbage bag, because I need to carry around the backpack on my person. No need to leave it in the trunk. It's a military backpack. It's a very useful thing. This I dub the military backpack Charlie. Charlie. Because it is olive drab, like the other ones. So we've got O Alpha, O Bravo, O Charlie. Oh Charlie, my Charlie. Not as many books as I would have liked, but that's fine. Surprisingly few books, actually, for a military backpack. I guess the real treasure there was the backpack itself. Okay, this is the gated community. This is one of those little, like, side communities that doesn't, as far as I know, doesn't have anything special in it. It's just a residential loot table out here in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by fences that used to be invulnerable but are now very vulnerable, so I have no need to go there. I have used this house as a safe house once, briefly. That was a very interesting fight. Not the best of safe houses, but it's in a convenient position. Convenient-ish. There's a lot of zombies from the north and south in that particular house. This one here probably would have been better, but it's burned out. This, I believe, is where we turn north. And we come into the south approach of Ekron here, by going this way. When I first entered Ekron, it was by a different road. And that was the road I used as my supply line. So I've actually never used this particular road to get into Ekron. So this is completely uncharted territory for me, relatively speaking. House to the south is looted and trashed. It's just an ambulance. I have no need for more ambulance. House to the north, looted and trashed. House to the south, intact. How close am I? Definitely nowhere near close enough yet, so these houses have only limited strategic value for now. There's a guy with a shotgun there. Wait, is that a... Yeah, it's a shotgun and a nightstick. That's tempting. Yeah, I'll take the nightstick. Separated the ammo from the device. Device ready for the loot bag. Shit. Didn't realize there was another one. Glad he's not close. Okay. Into the backpack. There's the shoddy. And the shells. Not a substantial grouping going around him. And coming to a complete stop in the process because fuck you. What's going on in there? No, that house is looted and trashed. I don't care. See, I see a wheel on the floor, and that piques my interest, but no. Southward house, looted and trashed. Don't care. Now, as far as if my studying of the maps is correct, approaching Ekron from the south is going to be nothing, massive swarm of zombies. Like, it's going to hit us like a brick when we get to the community college. They won't be outside the community college, and it, in fact, will be deceptively unpopulated outside of it until you honk the horn outside for the first time. That will draw forth the hordes of hell. Do not recall where these fields end and the nearest residential begins. I do believe there's a body of water, and that's actually kind of what I wanted to set up a base near. Don't think that's it. Could be, but I don't think. Didn't take my camping gear with me, did I? I mean, so that's kind of expected, because I wasn't expecting to have to camp, but, you know, I got it. I kind of should probably carry it around. Ape brain in the back of my mind is saying, do not waste any storage space that you don't have to. Okay, we're definitely getting close. I've never seen a roadblock on a small road like this. I don't know if I should be getting out and fighting right now, but this is not a roadblock that I want to exist on a supply line of mine. Right, so I'm going to be going back and forth to my base probably at least twice to Ekron. So if this is going to be the road that I use, then I need to make sure it does not have large groups of zombies and burned out cars. I have no way of telling if this house is looted and trashed. But no, there's a door that's intact. Okay. It's because of the awning that I couldn't tell that. Alright, I don't know if this house was the ideal place for me to set up, but I'm going to set up here because it's getting close to fatigue time. I can't believe I blew a third of a tank, or a quarter of a tank, rather. This, I should have known. This is one of the vans with a small tank, isn't it? That's a yikes, and the multiple right there. Maybe I really should have brought an ambulance for the first trip and then a proper loot vehicle for the second. But I'll see how this plays out. I'm not overly disheartened, just... I'm not disappointed, I'm just appointed. This is not as successful as I thought it would be. That's trying to tow burnt wrecks with a regular step van. It's not the best experience. But who says we have to tow them, right? It's not just towing that's an absolute meme. Project Zomboid is a realistic game, everybody. Alright, that's more or less out of the way. I don't have enough daylight to do that again. I only want to do it one more time anyway to this, well, 3 more times, I guess. This one's already out of the way. So I don't have water here, but there is a well. So I do have water, for the most part. Just gonna go ahead and leave the van here. So that little towing expedition there, that cost us like 1/8 of a tank. That's life on a small tank. You don't notice it until you try to do long range stuff with a small or short range vehicle. That's a lot of fun looking stuff in here. Locally sourced hammer, always down for that. Definitely that, and that. Seeds never cost you anything. I don't carry around pliers, and I should. If this is going to be my permanent base, then I'll need this plank to help board it up. Neat. There's 1, 2 in the back windows. I don't like the layout of this house, defensively speaking. Come on out. Which door are they hitting? Front? No, that's like... Okay, so we've reached stage 1 fatigue, so I'm switching to short bet. We're also getting to close quarters anyway. Okay. Jake Tapper there is upstairs. Right? No, okay. Didn't know this was here. Tiny little back room, washer and dryer room. That's better than having it out in the middle of nowhere. You don't like to hear the washer when it's running. Locally sourced cereal. Assuming I can reach it, can I actually reach it? Yes. Okay. Ah, pillows on the bed already. That's a pretty blue formal shirt, too. Okay. Well, we do want ourselves a, So the rest of this house is currently insecure because of the open window downstairs there. So I can sleep alright because there's an inner door. But I cannot treat the downstairs as secure yet. Oh no. Oh no. It's raining. It's raining, and I forgot to back up the save. Or I forgot to dump the save. What am I going to lose? What am I going to lose if the game crashes here? What am I going to lose? It's been 33 minutes. The inventory of my vehicle has been modified a couple of times. So... Alright, so here's what I gotta do. I gotta go... kill the game, because I fucking do anything here. I kill the game, and I go back to... I'll reload the save, find out if the vehicle inventory is still intact. We can tell whether it will be because we're going to look for the trash bag, and we're going to count what loot is in it. We'll see what we have. Because right now, if the game crashes like that, the biggest thing that I'm currently worried about is modified vehicle inventories. Those do not get dumped to disk properly when the game crashes like it just did, so... Alright, my character's inventory, perfectly fine. That was never in any doubt. So it looks like our midnight activity is going to be verifying the vehicle inventory. See, one of the devs' things that they've been touting recently in their patch notes and fixes and whatnot is they've made it so that changes to most inventories will... Okay, that's looking good. That's everything that I know of. Because I trashed the other books. Okay. So we didn't lose anything. That's good. Anyway, what I was saying is the devs have been talking about making it so that inventory changes get written to the disk more often. And that's touted as one of their recent improvements. As a multiplayer security thing, to reduce item duplication exploits. That's cool, that's fine. always down for reducing multiplayer exploits, but there's other problems that occur there. I'm more interested in the stability of saves than multiplayer. Alright, that's not gonna work. There's not much of a worse midnight activity we could do than moving vehicles out of the way. What happened to my knife? Why don't I have a knife right now? Oh, I put my paring knife in my Alice webbing at some point. That's whatever. I remember doing that now. See, when you have to move a burned vehicle and you don't have like a really powerful engine to work with, the trick is to go in reverse straight for the first part of your push and then turn like halfway through. And you can manage to do a little bit of turning that way. And you can also just do that. Just go straight forward while you're at a perpendicular angle. You'll pull it a little bit in the direction you're going, but then it'll get a little harder to pull, so... And there's also the I don't even want to tow this option, which you can do. You can do that as well. This just clears out the road a little bit, which I'm always down for, but like I said earlier, this is burning our gas. We only have a small tank in this thing. That is a silly mistake on my part. Going on an expedition with a small tank vehicle. Ugh. Get this bad boy out of the way. So this road is our supply line out of Ekron. Never start a battle without... Yeah, I know, right? If I had a welding torch to use and somewhere to put all of the welding stuff I would get from it. I don't carry around a full bottle of propane these days. Welding torches are one use if you're pulling apart a vehicle. We've got an entire row of vehicles here. It's basically a soft roadblock. The road to Ekron is not quite as locked up as the road between Muldra and West Point. I think this one here is the only other one I haven't moved close enough to the side of the road. All these others I've already moved. That tree is going to get in our way. Just fit through enough to do that. And that is the front of the vehicle taken care of. Now we can just nudge the back a little ways out of the road. As good as we're going to get till it hits the tree. That's fine. Just something a little wider than a single lane is good enough for me. This one I just gotta nudge the front a little bit. I don't think doing this actually damages the hood, as long as you don't hear the crash sound. I think, but I've never actually experimentally verified that. B-E-A, beautiful. 3 a.m., so we still got another hour before we sleep again. I think I'll use that hour to board up this house. Now, I'm going to go ahead and cheat just a little bit. Here's our map, B42map.com. Here we go. So we are... I haven't seen a crossroads yet that I know of. So I don't think we've reached this point yet. Which tells me I don't want to set up here. Yeah, here we are. Yeah, this is not close enough to Ekron for me to want to make a base here. So I'll sleep here, but it's definitely not... I'm not gonna defend it like as if it was an actual loot dump. With that in mind, I need to take what I want from this place. I don't know if the place that I'm going to set up in is actually going to have crates. So I'll just take these crates, too. Worst case situation, I just leave them behind. They aren't too hard to build these days, but if I can spare myself the effort, why not? I recognize it's probably a little hard to see at night. There's nothing to see at the particular moment. Just dumping stuff into inventories. And now we go back to sleep. Whenever I take restless sleep, or I usually do my first sleep around between 22 and 2300 hours, and wake up, screw around in the middle of the night, and then go to sleep again by 4 a.m. Oh, we didn't check the bookshelves here. This whole expedition is for books, so... Oops. Alright, good sleep. We didn't crash again. If you're not familiar with the latest build of Build 42, high chance of the game crashing if you go to sleep while it's raining. So that's a fun thing we got to deal with right now in the latest Unstable. Take a free pillow with me, why not? Don't know if the place I'm going to set up in is going to actually have a pillow on the bed. I'll take a comic book. That's free happies. I like having happies. Never take sleeping pills if you can avoid it. I think the only objective usefulness thing of sleeping pills is to, like, waste time. Like, if you literally just want to waste a few days. Huh. That's interesting. Oh, well, it says the capacity is unknown, but if you mouse over the amount, it says there's, the 2,248 liters out of 10,000 max. That's kind of funny. Definitely not a fan of traveling in the fog, but I'm okay with going slow because I mentioned earlier this is unfamiliar territory for me. I guess I can drop back on the play-by-play. No live viewers at the moment. Definitely not no big streamer right now. That is okay. Everything is practice. So what I'm looking for is a crossroads. When I find a crossroads, that is how I know I'm getting close to Ekron. That is intact, looks like. I see an intact door, at least. I'm pretty sure that last time I went to Ekron, I also had fog, even though I used a different angle of approach. This is what I like to call bullshit fog, because you don't usually get fog in extreme temperatures like this. Fog is there's a lot of moisture in the air situation. Not going to be a lot of moisture in the air in the dead of winter like this when it's already done snowing. But I digest. I'm no meteorologist. Here is the crossroads. So, switching back to build42map.com here. That means we have passed a house with the free water. Now, there is another house right here with some nice free water. That is very close. That is very close to the target. Like, so close that I don't know if I would feel safe there. But let's see how that plays out. Let's go there, see what it looks like. Because trust me when I say, we're going to be fighting a ground war at the community college. And you always want to have a clean supply line to that ground war. Like, it was so bad that when I first got to the community college... I want to check something here. B42map.com still labels it as a community center, not a community college. So I didn't know that it was actually a college. I didn't, college means books, means lots of zombies, basically. I would have known that if it was called a college. But the website still calls it a community center. And whatever. The website's put together by volunteers. They're nothing wrong with them. They just missed the fine print on this particular building. And that cost me some time. Just put it mildly. See, I assumed that it was just a medium loot target instead of an extreme one. So I parked in front of it and tooted my horn a few times, thinking, okay, maybe I'll get a couple hundred zombies tops. Didn't think I was going to get 1,500. That was a rough estimate of what I got. Just on the first floor, 1,500 zombies. So, yeah. Okay, this is where we want to turn. We've got the little lake to the south here, and we've got a potential base to the north here. So let's see if this quote-unquote potential base has been looted and trashed. Hey, my luck is turning around slightly. Is this the right place I'm thinking of here? Looks a little small, but we'll find out. Deal with the Zeds incoming and take it from there. Two to the north. Always be very careful when you park your vehicle in that direction. One of the very, very few times I've ever died in Build 42 was because I parked my vehicle in this kind of direction. And as you can see, a step van is exactly tall enough for a zombie to be standing behind it like this, in this area. It's kind of bullshit. And zombies are programmed to go for the driver's seat, or the passenger seat. Meaning, always that chance. So approach with caution is all I say. Clear your corners, rookie. Chicken farm here. I do see a dead guy in the house there. R.I.P. Okay. Now, I'm not yet at the point where I would feel safe tooting the horn. Reason being is I want to get some barricades up on these windows first. Now, if I understand it, this house is positioned so well that I actually want to be able to go through those trees there. Because that will get me to... Yeah, that'll get me to a path to the community college. Okay. I have 12 nails and 1 plank. Don't think that's going to just barely be enough, I think. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 windows. Yeah, that's going to be enough. Not the planks, but the nails. Alright, so 12 nails from my handy-dandy survival kit here. Go ahead and take the... I already have the 1 plank. Start with the bushes. And I don't want to go anywhere near the community college while this fog is out, so screwing around right now costs us nothing. I don't even want to go near the fire department while it's foggy. I like having clear line of sight when I'm going into a heavy-duty hotspot. As expected, this hutch does not have anything in it. Can't really have chickens without a fence. Oops. Remember, every single one of these bushes means coming to a complete stop if you're in a vehicle. Now, I don't know how easy this is going to be, but there's a part of me that wants to be able to drive around this house and actually take my vehicle through the little shortcut there. That might be unrealistic, but for now, I just want the area around my base to be nice and open. Alright, now do I have a... I don't think I have a proper axe, because I'm currently in the phase where I have to build my own out of the stuff you find on the floor. Don't know if this house has a tub. About to find out. It has a tub. That is good. Hey, a scythe. I don't even think I'm going to have any animals here, but now I have a way to feed them if I do. Pillow already on the bed. That's great. Care about none of that. Get that shirt off my bed. I don't want to wear it. Both beds now have a pillow. Because why not? R.I.P. this guy. I have no idea if he ever was a zombie. Might just be a dead dude. He left me a lot of stuff here. Plenty of cooking utensils. Whenever I'm building a base in the field, I'll always put the cooking utensils directly under the sink. Alright. Getting a couple of branches here. I do believe I'm going to need a large handle. Yes. Which means I need a sapling, which means I will need to bite the bullet and cut down one tree without without my axe. So I'll just use my hatchet for that. In my field kit, I always carry around a hatchet. I have to pick one of these trees to give me a sapling. It's going to be the largest one. This is the area where I'll most likely want to cut down trees to make a path. So I'll start with this one. I have no idea how many zombies are out there, so I don't know if it's I want to be fast forwarding too much while I'm doing this. And of course that cost me 2 pips of head condition. So this hatchet that I brought with me that was pristine, already somewhat degraded, despite being maintenance level 8, because the devs hate us. That is an objective fact, there's no arguing with that. But we have a tree cut down that has given us a sapling. With that sapling, we shall now carve a large handle. With that large handle, we shall carve a... get ourselves a much better axe. A throwawayable axe. Huh. That's cool. I didn't realize that I could make a large handle from a plank. I thought I needed a... what the hell? Oh, so I can only use a plank or a large... never mind then. Good to know. I could have swore that you could make a large handle from a sapling. That's just a large stick, or a long stick that I'm thinking of. Alright, we have a stone hammer to make the... whatchamacallit. Now we just need to find a large smooth flat Large smooth flat stone. Almost guaranteed we'll find one at some point, but it took a little bit of sleuthing. Here we go. This area is definitely nowhere near as rock dense as, like Riverside, for example. Riverside, you could walk down the street, you'll be tripping over large, smooth, flat stones. I think we'll just need another, we can cut the head now. So we got ourselves a large axe head and a large handle. Now we're just going to need whatever it takes to bind it. I do believe we need leather. Oh no, we can use regular rags. We can use a lot of things, actually. But, yeah, I'll go rip up some zombie clothes. Get enough clean rags. No, they're all dirty. I forgot to unlock the back door. Oops. That's more like it. Just use up, rest of this toilet water here. I don't ever drink toilet water, because I'm a refined human being, and this game is not hard enough to ever force yourself to do that. If you force yourself to drink toilet water, you've made a lot of mistakes. Alright. I don't need to clean them all. Just leave the spares here. Make ourselves an axe. Alright, with this axe, we can now chop down trees without worrying about using up our valuable axes. Hatchets are much more valuable than this. Shit, I should have fucking known. I should have fucking known. Okay. My endurance is not bad. But I do not use a large stone axe as a combat weapon if you don't know what you're doing. That will get you killed real fast. You see, the large stone axe, the manual attack cadence, look how slow that is. I'm level 3, almost level 4 axe, and it's still that slow, despite being fitness 9. So, be very careful if you ever want to try to use one of those in combat. Not that bad of a weapon. Very stamina inefficient. Even if you get your axe skill really high, it is always going to be stamina inefficient. Yeah, see, at level 4, just those few swings I've made, I need to take a quick break. Animal care 4. I still have to worry about muscle strain, actually, at level 3. But it doesn't look like it's building up, so... These are just small trees, after all. With large trees, I usually like to do them one at a time. With small trees, I'll do 2 at a time. Whenever I'm recovering between tree cuttings, I usually wait till the muscle strain goes away and then tap the fast forward like a couple times. Because there's still muscle strain build up, it just doesn't always show. Alright, I will leave the axe here. And start getting to work on boarding up these windows. So I have 1 plank on my person. right? No, I used it up. So I just need to saw one log. And look at that, I actually have enough logs to do that again, but I am now out of nails. Therefore, that's alright, we had enough nails for all the windows, which that's all we need, really. All I need is something to keep them from breaking in immediately. I can expect to... screws. Yeah, screw you too, devs. You can generally expect a return of at least one nail per thing when you're at Carpentry 10 for disassembly. Sometimes you'll get only a plank and no nail. Alright, 2 nails, that's one more plank, so that's the bedroom. Bedroom is always the most valuable window, since everything else has also a door. Alright, I'm going to chop down just a couple more trees and then hit the sack. Sorry if my voice is scratchy. It's been another couple of long days with the new folks. Okay. That is a very clear area around the base. We can now traverse around the base easily enough. Let's establish some storage. In this case, I'll probably actually just put the storage outside so that I can back the vehicle up to it. Now this trunk has exactly 200? Yeah, exactly 200. That's gonna be... What's 200 divided by 78? I'm not a math nerd. So that's 2.5 crates, so 3 crates. Three crates and then some change. Alright. Now, because I don't trust this game because it already crashed on us once, we are going to quit to main menu, reload the game, and then sleep. If you guys haven't seen my streams before, the reason we do that is because quitting to main menu dumps the save, so you're guaranteed not to lose anything if the game crashes when you reload it and sleep. And if you have a solid state hard drive, reloading is very fast, so you don't lose much time either. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Boy, howdy, am I glad that I quit to main menu and dumped the save. Because now we are losing nothing, even though we're being forced to... Well, we're losing time, but we're losing nothing else by, just reloading the game. I have no idea what could be causing those crashes, and I don't think the devs do either. Okay, so this is the thread for the crash report, and boy howdy, do the devs just hate people who use mods. You would never imagine that this game became popular because of mods. No, they don't hate it. They just don't accept bug reports from people with mods. So all the people, like more than half the people who are trying to contribute to helping solve the crash, are just being more or less ignored. There is one guy who removed the latest poster here. When was this? Oh, wow, this was 4 days ago. So Buscemi, this is a guy who posts a lot on the forums. He removed all of his mods and reproduced the issue and posted in the thread. And silence for 4 days now. Wow, that's sad. That is sad, folks. Alright, as our midnight activity, we'll cut a couple trees, I guess. I do want to have a nice and clear route to the north here. If you're just joining us, this house is surprisingly close to our target destination, one of them at least. The community college, right here, is just a little ways up this path from the house we're staying at. So, this place right here, 1,500 zombies on the first floor, easy. Second floor, third floor, maybe a little bit less, but you're looking at almost a couple thousand. I was completely unprepared for it the first time I went. This time I am a little better prepared. I have a lot of weapons and enough supplies to last me at least 2 weeks, if not a month. So let's chop a couple trees, get ourselves a cleaner route. I need to have eyes in the back of my head while I'm doing this because, yeah. Chopping wood attracts zombies. Very loud noise. It was a bush, not a tree. I hate walking through anything, bush or tree, because that's a chance of getting your clothing damaged. Random dead guy over here. Alright. It's fine, I guess. And as you can see, there's our destination right across the street there. Not quite ready to be engaging zombies over there yet, because any amount of noise I make has a chance of start pulling some of the hordes of hell. Don't want to be doing that at night. We'll worry about that tomorrow morning. See, I think I heard one just now. Or was that just my own raspy breathing? That was my own raspy breathing, I think. Spend a little bit of time reading. Now, normally I would take off my heavy layers while doing work like this, so I stop sweating. Not in this area. In fact, in this area, I really should be wearing my bike helmet and my my additional protective gear. Never an unfair expectation that more zombies will come every time you cut a tree. Looks like we're good. Verify. Check this side, nothing. Okay. I'll be brave and do a third. Alright, that's definitely my tolerance limit. I don't want the muscle strain to get in the red. If you ever let the muscle strain get into the red, then it's going to last guaranteed for a few hours. I'm already at the point where my ability to sleep is threatened. See, you can't just cut down wood and then go to sleep. No. You gotta have muscle strain being too painful to sleep in. I'm just gonna sleep, or whatchamacallit, read for the rest of the next 20 minutes or so. Now I can sleep a second time. Alright. Now that it's daylight and we have plenty of visibility. Damn, there's still fog. I thought the fog was going to be... Maybe this month is going to be a fog month. We've had nothing but rain months for 2 months in a row. So maybe now the designated weather is going to be fog. Who knows? I have no way of knowing. Well, actually, I do have a way of knowing. I just got to check the... I should check the weather report more often. Read until the muscle strain goes away. And look at this, we got pea soup again. And friggin-tastic. That means we're not hitting... I'm not hitting the community college in pea soup fog. I will kill some zombies on the outskirts, but I'm not rolling up to the front door like this. Not until this big fog white shit just goes away. I mean, look at this. You can't operate a ground war in this. You can try, you're not gonna have a very good time. One of the reasons I'm actually using the right-click cut-down tree instead of just swinging. I I think swinging actually causes less durability damage over time. With this thing, it's much slower. Look at how slow that swing is. I'd much rather use the faster swing. Fucking goddamn it! I fucking knew it. You never want to get forced into a situation where you have to defend yourself with a crude large axe. That is not a good idea. One of the ulterior motives for doing this, not just to clear a clean footpath there and back again, but also just to take care of the zombies that are in the local area. They'll eventually be drawn my way by something. Might as well have it be wood cutting sounds. I don't think that the designated dirt path is actually the most optimal route. Kind of curves a little bit for no apparent reason. And there's a lot of... See, look at this. Why exactly does it seem like there are more trees growing on the dirt path? Packed dirt. Packed dirt, I remind you. Why are there more trees growing there than there are in the grass? I don't know. I'm not an arborist. I don't know the ins and outs of tree growth. It just doesn't seem very realistic to me. I'm sure a packed dirt trail would eventually go away. There's a reason that park rangers got to maintain the trails. But when they do start to go away, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't look like this. I'm a Boy Scout. I know a thing or two about trails, but I haven't been on very unmaintained ones, so almost all the trails I've ever been on have been relatively well maintained, so guess there's only so much I could say, authoritatively at least. It does feel like it would be much easier just to hug the water. Doesn't look like there's much on this side, so this is my path pretty much. Okay. And that means to optimize that, I want to cut down this shit right here. If you're just joining, what we're trying to do, we've got a base established down here, and to the north is our target, our big target, the Ekron Community College. Something around 2,500 zombies tops. Last time I went there, there was like 1,500 on the lower floors, and I stopped counting when I cleared the upper floors. Okay, that's a lot of endurance. Gonna take a quick break. Don't want to come up on a zombie at only 50 endurance. That would be bad. Feeling good, we continue. I don't necessarily think I'll be driving this route too much, but I do want to be able to if I have to. It also just means that it's wide enough to run by foot very easily without ever running into problems. Okay, that feels pretty clean. Now we got to get a little closer, and coming up on the... So there is a stand parking lot over there. I don't think we're going to have a very clean traversal there. Sand is kind of like dirt. It seems to be a magnet for trees. See, thanks to the trees and the fog, I have no idea what I'm up against. We got some Silent Hill bullshit up in this area. I know for sure there's going to be a fair grouping in the sand there. If it isn't already clear, I'm going to be going back and forth on this route a lot. And I don't want to be running into things that could damage my clothing. So, we put a little effort into creating our clean angle of approach. In a lot of other situations, we're privileged to just be able to use a road. This is one of my excursions where I'm going off-road a little bit. Now, I think this large axe I built out in the field here is about to... Yeah, the head is about to break. So I'm actually going to take this large smooth flat right here, take this bad boy with me, because I'm going to need to make another one. Oh, look at that. Interesting. Oi. This is my path. I shall acquiesce nobody else on it. Alright, so if I hug the lake, I'm pretty good on my 6 here. Just gotta worry about anything coming from the north. And there could be anything coming from the north. Remember, I've never used this angle of approach before, so... I've technically never been in this area before. Like, when I hit the community college last time, I was all doing my approach from the north. Okay, here's the road. That means we can see the structure of the community college from here. There's not going to be that many zombies outside of it. They're all inside. It's kind of like the Rosewood Prison. You don't expect to see that much until you go inside. When you go inside, it's a pleasant surprise. I'll remind you guys, I never knew it was a community college the first time I went there. If you go to B42map.com, you can see it clearly says community center. So when I went there, I was just like, oh, this is just a rec center. Happens to have a library on the 2nd floor. Oh, it was so much more than that. I should have known that the moment I saw the sign over the door. Community college. College equals books. I'm not allowed to get books easily, ever. That's okay. So I'm pretty sure we've got ourselves a nice, clean footpath now. Well, clean with an asterisk next to it. Like I said, I'm not going to start the ground war in fog. This is unacceptable weather if you have the choice. And I have the choice, so I'm making it. We are not fighting in fog. Now this is interesting. If I want to be able to pull a vehicle through here, this is the choke point that I got to deal with. I think, technically speaking, it's now traversable with a vehicle. I think we've removed all of the obstacles, with the exception of these fuckers here. Get these corpses out of the way. I don't like driving over anything if I can swing it. Yeah, haha, funny ragdolls, but I care about the integrity of my vehicles, so I don't. Hello. Wake up. Do I? Yes, okay. Still, if I hug the river, or the lake there. That just means I gotta make a little bit of a left turn when I come out here. Okay. We have a clear way there. Another clear with an asterisk once more. I didn't know yet when I killed this one, so. In my defense. And look at that. We managed to clear pretty much everything that was in our way directly. Didn't have to break the axe yet. Alright. So I pop into the van here, and I test to see if I can get around. Oop. Friggin' fog, man. Should have known to start turning a little sooner. Remember, if you hit water, it's like hitting steel. You can't drive into water. The game treats it as a solid object. There are no liquids in this game. Alright, we're clear. Look at that. Look at that. That's beautiful. Okay. Doesn't exactly leave us with a lot of room, but that's fine. We don't really need it. I'm only going to be taking this route a couple of times with the vehicle. There's not going to be much of a need to take the vehicle up there until we've killed all the zombies in our way, for the most part. And there's going to be a lot of them, trust me. I think we've even got a roundabout to drop the loot off in, which is fantastic. I'm going to go ahead and use up this gas can here. Hard to believe we're already down to a half tank. That is the lack of gas you have when you have a small tank. That's painful. Oh, it's got a great engine and good tires. That's all I need, right? No, there's a little more to Expeditions than that. Okay. I'm going back into Let's Destroy All of Our Axes mode. And dump all this stuff that I have on me right now that I don't need. Some of this I do want to make sure to bring back, so toss into this garbage bag here. Cosmetic, essential tools. All of these can be considered field tools. Yeah. And just the silly fun stuff. Okay, yeah, all the rest of this is field tools. Those I might actually... Let's see if I can fit the pliers into my callus belt here. Yeah, I think they can work. Recently freed up some room in the Alice belt by getting one of the multicolored pen. That's actually a thing in vanilla. They're just really hard to find. Multicolored pen is really good. If you want to be able to draw on the map. And that is all of our cow's milk. Food can go inside. Food in here. In fact, I'll tell you what, all those canned foods that I got from the survivor zombie that are out in my truck, they're just taking up space. I don't have any need to bring canned food back with me, so that's coming out. I have a massive supply of canned food back in Riverside. It's more useful to me out here in the field than it is in there. The rest of this is fine. Having a little food supply here is always a good thing, because I probably will be coming back and forth on multiple occasions. I don't know if I'll need this. I'll leave it here. It's a mostly clean inventory. Do something with this pillow. Only other thing I can think of is I don't yet have a stove. Not a lot that I need to cook, but if and when I need to, good to have one on hand. Just 3 stones, and you've got yourself a basic stove, aka a campfire. Oh yeah, fun fact. You want to go through thick trees like this but not take any scratches? Right-click and hit walk to, or the shortcut is Y. Look at this. You can run right through it, you'll never take a scratch. Why? I don't know. Maybe that's why the hotkey is Y. All I know is that sometimes you do got to go through, and you're okay with not manually controlling your character. Most of the time, I want to have manual control, but in those niche cases. Where are my stones at? We need more. There we go. Couple twigs, couple tree branches, extra log. And that is a campfire right there. Guess I'll put it out back. Might as well. A little closer. There we go. Somewhere I'm not liable to drive over. Because yes, if you do run into campfires, running into a campfire equals steel bollard. Your vehicle will get damaged by it. Drop a pile of sticks over here. Get some twigs and some splinters. Now we're capable of cooking if we need to. Here. As well as the other large smooth flat stone in case I need to do any more cutting. I only just now realized that we have this. I don't usually pay attention to these unless I'm actually looking for them. How much propane do we have? We have a very small amount. Not significant enough that... I mean, I don't ever want to use propane to cook with, like, ever. Propane is much better spent on, disassembling things or building things with metalworking. Count that as some loot. Okay, and now I just need my... She needs some milk. We have 2 dispenser bottles full of cow's milk that we brought with us from the Riverside farm. Fun fact, if you put a water container on top of a sink, it overrides the sink. So I'm going to put mine next to the sink. And the other one under the sink. And now I can right-click on it and fill all of my fountain cups. Look at that. 13 more fountain cups full of milk. Okay, I don't have a lot of daylight left to work. I guess I will go ahead and continue fortifying the base a little bit. Look at that. Sat down, I found a magazine. In order to fortify the base, I just need more nails. So I already used all the 12 I brought with me, so... Carpentry 10 disassembly, that'll guess a few nails. And a few screws. Useless screws. This game really needs to let you... If you have a hand drill, you should just be able to use screws in place of nails. That's my hot take. Okay, we got 6 nails. That's enough for 3 more windows to get boarded up. I'll put, I'm expecting the most zombies to come from this direction, so... Swarm. I'll tell you what, the bedroom and the kitchen, they don't really need daylight. The daylight is overrated. If you put 3 planks, you lose daylight. We still have a little bit of daylight from the back door there. That's fine by me. Oh, I only just realized this guy had some wine bottles. Looks like he drank himself to death. He's got holes in everything, so his corpse is no good. He might have actually been a dude instead of a zombie, so I'm gonna treat his corpse with a little bit more respect than I treat zombies. If I have the time, I'll bury him. I don't know if I have the time. If I wanted to bury him, I would need a trowel. Oh, no, I don't. I actually, I'm smart enough to bring one with me these days. In my field kit, one of these lovely, lovely spoils of Jamietown is a entrenching tool. With an entrenching tool, you can dig graves. And get rid of these smelly zombies over here, too. Make sure to take the loot off of them before you drop them in, though. Because you ain't get... Yeah, see, look at this. This guy's got a large knife on him. That's useful-ish. Any denim, any leather. Yeah, okay. I don't need anything else from these people. Laying them to rest. I don't normally bury corpses, but if they're this close to where I plan on sleeping for more than just a week, then yeah, I'm gonna get rid of them. That doesn't usually happen with me. I usually have a relatively clean place where I'm gonna be sleeping for extended periods of time. And now I still do. And the former owner of this house. I shall bury him. I guess just another grave right over here. That's fine. Can't bury him in the house. I do believe this actually increases your strength experience when you drag around corpses, so this effort is not entirely meaningless. It's the aesthetic of the thing, too. The one who was still a human when he died gets his, he gets a grave, proper grave. He ain't no Zed, he's a dude. Closest thing you'll ever see to a dude in this game. NPCs are never coming. You know, I think that this shelf is actually a good size. So, the trunk of my vehicle is exactly 200. There's 78 and 78 in each of the crates, so 200 minus 78 minus 78 means 44, so that means minus 39. That means all but 5. Between these 3 containers, all but 5 equals the trunk of my vehicle. So that's the calculus I'm thinking when it comes to outdoor storage for the roundabout, to load up one of my vehicles. Basically, these 3 containers constitute a trunk. That's how I'm looking at it. Everything that's currently in my trunk, I guess with the exception of this, everything else in here is either a little bit of loot I've already grabbed or weapons. I suppose to keep this straight, we'll go ahead and take the loot I've already grabbed, toss it over here. I kind of want to keep weapons together, so I will go ahead and toss shotgun in one box. Just everything else in another here. Except for butchering. Okay, so there's a couple things that I want to keep around here. I will keep that. I don't need another scythe. Yeah, okay. So everything that's in the trash bag now gets to stay here as part of the field-based situation. Just toss it in here next to the food. And now we can sleep. It's a little early to be sleeping. We'll just spend some extra time reading overnight. Oh dear, it started raining. That means we're liable to suffer the crash if we sleep again. So that means we're quitting the main menu next time. Alright, I can put back the shovel. I won't need it again for a while. And I'm going to start carrying around my armor with me. The shema, the helmets. And why not? Fuck it, I'll take the mace too. Because that means tomorrow, as long as we don't get fog again, please don't give us fog again. As long as we don't have fog again tomorrow, we are starting the assault. Some of this stuff, like the gas can, goes back. Okay, yeah. Oh shit, I forgot to... Please don't crash. Please don't crash. Okay, it didn't crash. We got lucky. I guess it was just a little bit of snow and then it stopped. Isn't it amazing that we have to be on edge over the rain and snow? Oi. Oi. What the game has fallen to. Ah, thank goodness for no fog either. Feeling good about it. Feeling good about it. Suppose I could create a tailoring pile in front of the... Yeah, on this side of the table, because you need a surface. Garbage bag in there, and book in there. Alright, we're starting out on foot. We will bring the vehicle once we've cleared a little bit further. I'm going to refill my water and get a couple more axes. I highly doubt that I'm going to completely use up all the weapons that I have on me, but there's sort of an order of operations to it, right? The axes are most likely to break first, so that's what I want to use first. And then after that, I want to use the rail spike bats, and then I can move on to these shiny stone maces that I've built, which are the best short blunt weapon in the game by far. Alright. Boy. Armor is getting equipped. We are going to be hot and miserable, but we are going to be protected. Relatively speaking. The neck and the hands are always going to be a sore spot, because you're never going to be able to protect those without taking a discomfort penalty. I would rather not take a discomfort penalty unless I absolutely have to. So it begins. I think this is the first one from across the street. Go, buddy. Now, if I really wanted to be unwise about this, I could just hop into one of these vehicles, toot the horn. But I don't want to do that yet. I want to clear the courtyard first. Then we'll start pulling the hordes of hell out of this place. Right now, I want to have a nice and clean battlefield to fight the hordes of hell on. Not quite yet at the point where I feel comfortable taking on more than 2 at a time with an axe. And I'll probably break all my axes before I even have to worry about them coming out from hell there. Stage another axe here. We got 6 more after these 2. What is this little building off to the side? Like a concession stand, maybe? No idea. I don't see a football field nearby, so whatever. Just casually grinding some experience in Nimble here. I think I'm level 1, aren't I? Yeah, I'm 1.5 on Nimble. It's a very slow grind. Anybody who's ever done it before will tell you. A lot of people like to take Gymnast these days because it starts with a +1 to Nimble. I haven't quite found a comfortable way to fit that into my build. It's the 5. It's odd number of points that pisses me off. I really hate having an odd number of points. All right, so here we go. Here's the beginning, and there's more beginning, and there's even more beginning. Oh shit! Fuck! I forgot about that. Oh, I hate bushes so much. Okay, I'm good. We're not fighting here. We're pulling him down to the parking lot. Let's deal with the fast shambies first. I may have to switch to short blunt, but we'll see. Yeah, that's looking like I'm gonna have to switch to short blunt. But let's see what... Nope. So, overheating doesn't... Overheating just makes you drain water faster, right? Getting hot and sweating just means you drain water. That's not a big problem for me. but it's a precursor to other problems. One of the biggest problems with armor right now, there's two factors. Discomfort, which, if you're wearing heavy armor, you're going to be miserable. Like, your character is literally going to get depressed and start not dealing as much damage. But if you are just getting a little bit of discomfort, like I am now, you're fine. You won't get depressed for days. I'll have to stop talking as much now. Woo! I'm actually starting to get exerted now, but that's just from using an axe. It's not from anything else. Let's get hungry, so I'm drinking. And I am already in the red on, or I'm in a deficit on endurance, so I'm switching to short blunt. Short blunt's what I'm good at. Stand on this guy. I want to break these axes, so I'm going to use them when I can. I can afford to fight exerted with axes as long as one at a time. Okay, that's enough. I can now sit down. I think it's somewhat safe to sit down right here. You know what? No, I don't care. I'm gonna go sit with my back to the water. If I sit with the back to my water, there's zero chance of getting snuck up on. Zombies don't come out of water in this universe. You don't have to worry about those World War Z ones walking across the ocean. There's my endurance recovered. We're back at it. Got some rain. Because we weren't miserable enough. So my happiness is down to 80. I'm actually, if I stay uncomfortable for, like, I don't know, another couple of minutes, I will become sad. A little sad. Doesn't cause any problems initially, but if it keeps getting worse, eventually I'll get depressed, stop doing as much damage. I don't have a lot of sources of happiness up here. I would kind of like to have an animal if I could find one, but yeah, fair enough. I was able to turn the music down a little bit to make myself easier to hear, but I can't compromise on zombie sounds. One of the only reasons I can stay alive as long as I do is because I can echolocate where everybody is by their sound. I suppose I could turn down the input a little bit on OBS, but then you wouldn't hear exactly what I hear. That's part of the appeal, in my opinion. Just keep peeling them off one by one. I can keep using axes. Of course, now we're getting flanked from the side. Where that person came from, I have no idea. Two fast shambies, 3. See if it looks like I can handle a lot. The truth is, it's unpredictable. Axes have such a good crit rate that you'll one-shot things randomly, basically. Like, I think it's 20% on a crude, and the crit multiplier is 12 times. So every time you crit, it's like getting 12 normal hits. So, like, a crit is almost a guaranteed one-shot with a crude axe, as long as you don't have any major debuffs on the player. So you might have noticed I'm killing them in piles. One of the reasons for that is being able to tailor and dismantle stuff from the corpses. It's easy to do that if you can get them into piles. Suppose I can check this out while I'm waiting for my endurance to recover. Ooh, a magazine. Always check your garbage bins for magazines. Garbage bags. Hey, a welding torch. Combine that with the, I found a propane tank from the house there. I've got some field welding capabilities now. Trapping 1. I don't even know if I have that. So, as fate would have it, I did a thing, and I took a screenshot of my book collection. I actually do need trapping 1. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. This is what you gotta do when you play without mods. Eating out of the garbage, baby. Good for you. It's also marmalade. It makes you a little bit happier. Thanks. Yeah. If you get enough of them, it almost becomes like a spider web. I'll be able to demonstrate the efficacy of the piles once we get like a mega pile going. I don't think anything here qualifies as a mega pile just yet, but soon we will have mega piles. Okay, we've already taken some people out. Let's go ahead and see if we can toot the horn here. That's all I'm doing is one toot. That's going to bring a whole bunch of them to the vehicle itself. I don't know how many will have noticed me specifically. The ones that noticed me specifically can come at me. The rest of them will just kind of gather there. Like that one. Any vehicle you find out in the field is a mobile noisemaker. I find it very funny that I can eat a Rice Krispie out of the trash, and it reduces my unhappiness. You would think just by dint of it being in the trash. But no, that's, we're good. Hey, axe level 4. That's one of the reasons I came here with all those axes. Partially to use them up, but now that we have 4, we can chop wood a little bit more effectively. Oh, I need to get a replacement axe ready. Have one in your hands and one in your back. See, one of the things about the piles is I'm using the zombies' movement speed against them on that regard. These guys are all slow, so I just go near one, get them to tether onto me, and just drag her over here, kill her, and I rinse and repeat with the other slow ones. This is one of the things that actually makes Build 42 combat so much easier than Build 41. I wonder if you could use the blood spray to draw a message on the floor. That'd be a funny thing to do on a multiplayer server. If somebody's not listening to you, you could always make them listen to you. I'm going to sit down for a moment, actually. Regain a little bit of stamina. I haven't really found a good spot for a mega pile yet, so I guess I'll just settle for micro piles for now. I'll give a sneak preview as to why it's useful. All you gotta do is run over here and open the crafting menu. The crafting menu pulls up from every source available. Don't see any... There we go. Dismantle... So we can dismantle watches without ever taking them off of the corpse. This is just basically a very easy way of... especially since I've read an electrical book, so this is a nice way to grind electrical experience. It gets a lot more useful for tailoring eventually. And you get the mega piles and you put down a crafting surface. All these people with jeans and skirts, it's a few tailoring experience. It gets to the point where you just see a zombie and you're just like, wow, okay, there's 3.3 tailoring experience from that one. There's, as long as those jeans aren't baggy, that's another 3.3. Possibly 6.6 because you can shorten them twice. Yeah. See, whenever you take something off of a zombie's corpse manually by picking it up, you lose happiness. But if you just use the crafting menu, you don't ever have to take it off the zombie. It just gets pulled off them automatically. The devs might nerf that eventually, I don't know. Yeah, this one, 9.9 tailoring experience for me, based on my build. That's as long as I've read a tailoring book. That's 3.3 for each time I shorten the skirt. You can shorten it 3 times if it's a long skirt. I still haven't reached the point where I can just look at a zombie and tell if they're wearing regular jeans or baggy jeans. These models just are not detailed enough, in my opinion. Difference being, of course, baggy jeans, you cannot shorten. In this universe, there are no such thing as baggy jean shorts. Which is kind of tragic, if you ask me. One little thing, but you never know if it's you also never know that if it's an exploit or not. The devs might redecide that the ability to do something is, oh no, that's an exploit. Players were exploiting that. Oh shit. Hello. There's 2 of them in there. Gotta love the trees. Gotta love the tree fairies. And we're at 56 fatigue. A little bit high for this time of day. But that means we've got, I don't know, another 5 minutes or so of combat before we start getting tired.
Hey.
Let's see if I can't get the rest of that forest to empty out. Nimble experience too. Oh, look at that. My little yell just brought another group of them. Hordes of hell be upon us, and we're just seeing the opening. This is just the opening gambit. The real hordes are deep within. Second and third floor. There are 3 floors to this place. Here's the exertion. Never get tired of exertion. You know what? Move out of smell range here. Have a little seat. Just regain a couple of exertion. Why not? Doesn't hurt. Call that a micro rest. I don't like sitting on piles if I can avoid it. But, no avoiding it at this point. You regain endurance much slower when you are closer to being tired. So you can actually, even if you're playing without a stat meter, which is, I don't recommend it. This game's tedium just increases by a factor of 1.5 without a stat meter, in my opinion. But if you do, you can tell by how fast your exertion debuff goes away. Oh yeah, that's probably one of the easiest things that'll get a new player killed. Is just don't pay any attention to the don't pay any attention to whether you're tired or hungry or exerted. Those debuffs exist specifically to tell you, hey, like the tired debuff right now that just popped up. That cuts my damage in half. Thankfully, I can still one-shot on crit with an axe. But now that I have both exerted and fatigued, I cannot possibly one-shot a zombie with a crude axe. Even at level 4. Because even a crit at the 12 times multiplier is not enough. So I'm actually, as soon as his axe breaks, I'm going to switch to short blunt. Short blunt, I can become combat effective pretty much through at least 3 debuffs. Yeah, so now that it's broken, I'm switching to short bat with rake spikes. And staging a replacement in case it breaks, because it's actually liable to break soon. Boy, back in that pile. Right. Still combat effective for the moment, but if I get a third... Right now, my 2 debuffs are out of breath and drowsy. If I had a third, like if I got hungry or thirsty, that would be a death sentence. But because I'm good at short blunt, I'm like level 8? 7.5. I'm good enough at short blunt that I can just deal with 2 debuffs. But I don't want to push it anything further than that. So right now I'm at no risk of having a third for the moment, so I'm still combat effective for the most part. Not really combat effective against 3 though. I'm going to go ahead and fall back a little bit. If you've ever played Team Fortress, you'll have probably heard the saying, random crits are fair and balanced. In this game, random crits determine whether you live or die sometimes. But that's alright, we've got ourselves a... Oh, look at that, look at that. So, this is where we yelled earlier. Look at that, we started a little party and we didn't even know it. That's funny. Okay, we're out of here. I'm not going to be recovering my endurance anytime soon, and if I were to sit down and read, then I would probably get to the point where I'm getting close to stage 2 fatigue if I were to just sit down and read. So, we're going home. That was a good first day. I didn't keep track of my kills, so we're at 2,220. The last time I looked at it, I was like at 2,000, so I guess between now and the end of Jamie-town, I've gotten 200 some odd kills. Not bad. But I'm going to keep that number in mind, because later I'm going to have a lot more than that. Let's see. Well, this is actually good that I found Trapping 1. Just another book that I can read. It's still too early to sleep, so just going to read till daylight runs out. Now, I have some wine here that I found out in the field. So just going to drink it, because I'm about to go to sleep, so I don't really care about having the drunk debuff. It's always fine to drink before you go to sleep, as long as you don't take sleeping pills. The game has a very interesting alcohol mechanic. You will... the drunkenness annihilates your driving. Now, that was also curious, because my happiness just went from 80 to 100. I think there's a mechanic for you to sleep and have a good dream. You know, normally we only see it when we have a nightmare, but in that case, it must have been a good dream, because my happiness went from, like, the mid-80s to 100. Interesting, I never knew that. 1,600 hours, I never knew that. That's the only explanation I have, though. I don't know of any other mechanic that'll just randomly turn your happiness up by 15 or so points. Especially since I have, I have tier 1 discomfort right now, so I actually should be losing happies. So to actually gain some is somewhat significant. Have another drink of wine. Actually got some of that. Oh, you know what? So I need a corkscrew. Or a handy-dandy multi-tool. Which I carry around now. I don't carry it on my person because I prefer not to use the handy knife for things like electronics disassembly. And for some silly reason, if you have a handy knife on your person, the handy knife is selected by default to use for just rote electronics disassembly. So even if I carry around a screwdriver, you know, the primary tool for it, it'll use a handy knife instead if I have one on my person. And I don't like wasting handy knife durability on just stuff that I have to grind, so I prefer to just not carry one around on my person and just leave it around in my vehicle instead. Look at that. I am super drunk right now. I don't know if being drunk reduces the speed at which you read. That would be kind of funny if that was the case. See, I'm close enough to being done with this book. Okay, it doesn't look like it does. That's good. Thought I heard something. If you ever want to get really good hearing, just like improve your hearing by 10%, go play Darktide, Warhammer 40,000 Darktide, and just play it a very long time, and learn to recognize all the audio cues. Your hearing perception, your ability to pinpoint little sounds will just skyrocket. Oh, the Panic Moodle. So, the funny thing about the Panic Moodle, my character has got one of the debuffs to panic. What's it called? Cowardly. So, I'm especially prone to panic. And yet, I don't know if you've noticed, the panic debuff for me just disappears like within seconds of seeing a group of zombies. Like, it just instantly goes away. Really, that's just because I've survived for as long as I have. Like, what are we? We were at 127 when we started. It's probably like 130 or something now. That's actually really funny. If you take well, no, that's actually that's wrong, because if you take beta blockers, it'll stop you from being a beta male. It's still kind of funny. All right, let's toot the horn again. We're probably going to draw the congregation from over here. I don't even know where they came from. Probably the housing development over there. No. There's a hard fence here. I have no idea where those people came from. This tall fence right here continues for quite a ways because the fire department is right there on the other side. But yeah, let's toot. Do a little toot. Whoop. Never mess around with zombies approaching your door. Having a zombie slap the driver's side door when you're not capable of moving is a pretty dangerous situation. And I have no idea if that vehicle has gas. What? I don't even know where these guys are coming from either. They must be like on that side of the lake. There's something funny about this game is a lot of people are like, once you've played... Oh shit, I forgot my handy knife. Once you've played with sprinters, it's hard to go back. And what I'm thinking about that is sprinters are a fundamental change to the nature of this game. Right? There's no sprinters in the default game because this is not a horde shooter. Like, it might seem like it. You have your occasional moment where you're killing a lot of zombies at once. But if you look at the way the game is designed, you are heavily punished for killing huge hordes. Like, I am equipped to the teeth, and I would never want to take on a horde of more than, like, 8 that are moving the same speed. Like, 8 fast shamblers, I don't care how good I'm equipped, I am running away, because that's a lot of zombies that are moving at the same speed. What I like to think of as Zomboid is a strategy game with tactical moments. I'm actually going to flank these guys so that I can get them into the mega pile. Yeah, so that caused me to get surrounded, so I might have to give up on the mega piles. It's fine. That's fine. Combat mode engage. Oh, there you are. I'm good, but I'm not that good. Get in that pile. Damn it. It's a bit of a stretched pile. It's fine. I'm not too worried about it, but it just makes use of zombies. I only just now realized I should have brought my regular leather jacket. So I have multiple leather jackets, and they give different stats. The one I'm wearing has slightly higher insulation. So all the sweating I'm doing right now, I could be avoiding. I was considering bringing a military jacket. The only ones I have that are intact have, like, 1.5 times the insulation of this jacket, which is not a trade-off that's worthy of it for just a couple more points of bite protection, in my opinion, at least. It's nice to actually be able to stream some combat for once. Usually, I would say that this game probably follows, at least when I play it, the 80-20 rule. 80% of it is spent preparing for the 20%. And this is the 20% here, right here. All the combat. See, I've had characters who have survived for like 16 months, I think is my record on Build 42. And I don't think I've ever I've never broken into the 5 figures of zombie kills. I get to a point where I'm really just optimizing everything. I'm not trying to kill huge crowds. That's true, yeah. Zombies are, I've started seeing them as a bit of an inconvenience, really, but they're definitely still scary to me when they're large groups. Like, dealing with extremely large groups in a smart and combat-effective way that actually gets you something from each kill, that's a challenge that I find very, very attractive. Like, actually being able to say that every zombie that I'm killing is getting me some sort of experience, whether it's, you know, weapon experience or tailoring from its corpse or just whatever. That's kind of how I like to play. It's just making sure I'm always getting something out of what I'm doing. Because you get to the point where, you know, you start as a veteran, you start with aiming and reloading 10, or you get to aiming and reloading 10 really quick, then it's not quite as impressive when you're just constantly getting kills and not really getting anything out of it. At least that's how I feel. I haven't yet honked a horn in front of the base. That's coming soon. Eventually I will honk a horn directly in front of the base and see how that plays out. When it comes to fighting around large corpse piles in Build 42, you got this stacking debuff sickness, or bad smell. The number of corpses in a small area will increase it. So by separating the piles from each other, that's actually a bit of a benefit. If they were too close together, then all these corpses' bad smell would stack. What happens when you are in an area with a bad smell is based on how bad the debuff is. You start to gain sickness. I'm only at like 2 sickness right now, and the first tier of the queasy debuff comes at like 25 sickness. I'm at no threat yet, but it builds up over time. So if I were to sit down and start tailoring, the sickness would, I would get up and get down with the sickness. I'm feeling confident enough. Toot this one now. Should probably check. Just a cursory check for gasoline. Look at that. We got a little bit of gas in the tank. And we did ourselves the favor of being capable of hot wiring engines. Where to position this? I'll just start by leaving it over here for now. It'll probably need just a little bit more gas to actually be useful. If I leave it there, I can probably also pull these jokers who keep coming from the south. I can't really keep track of them with all those trees. There could be like 10 of them down there and I wouldn't know. Alright, so I'm going to fall back for a second, drink some milk, and then I'm going to put on my mask. Now, don't get it confused. I'm already wearing a shema on my face. That's a face-covering scarf. You can stack that with a dust mask, and they both reduce your, they both reduce the bad smell. They have a bit of a stacking advantage, and only the dust mask gives bad discomfort. Slight downside to wearing a dust mask is you have to take it off all the way to eat or drink anything. I'm gonna re-equip stone axes here. Looks like we got a couple peeling off. Oh yeah, I'm at tier, so I'm at, it's kind of hard to tell the difference. But I'm now at stage 2 discomfort because I'm wearing the mask. And what that means is my character is bleeding happies. So Queasy is, I believe the specific debuff Queasy only occurs when the sickness meter goes up, and sickness will decay at a linear rate. So what you gotta do is basically just sleep it off. Now, if it keeps going up and it never stops going up, then you're probably just infected. Because that's another way that you can tell that the zombie virus has got you. But usually that, when you're actually infected, an actual zombie infection will cause panic and sickness to increase at an equal rate. So if he had queasy, but he did not have any panic, then he wasn't infected. He was probably just really, he had a lot of sickness built up. And he just had to sleep it off, probably. That's not to say that there's no glitches that could cause it to increase for no reason. There probably are. See, even with the dust mask and the face scarf, I have gotten 4 sickness built up just from being in this general area now. So you can see how the corpse saturation can build it up pretty fast. Is this car far enough away? I don't think it is. So what I like to do, if I can, is to have a place I can sit down and read that is not just completely open for anybody to attack me. A parked car in a good place would be great for that. So I'll back up until the awful odor goes away. And look at that, it's away now. So that means I can sit down and read in this driver's seat. I could even take some of my gear off so that I'm no longer discomfortable. And I'll stop bleeding happies if I do that. Equip that. Oh, I'm wearing my hoodie. I'm a doofus. That explains everything. I was wondering why I was getting hot so much. So, a sweater is like a mid-layer that doesn't provide a lot of protection. So I normally don't wear a sweater. But that because I went out on an expedition, usually my standard procedure is to wear everything I have and then take off layers as I need to. So that's a silly on my part. That takes care of some of the discomfort, but then to really get rid of it, you want to take off the mask. Nobody cared who I was till I took off the mask. Yeah, so now if I read, I will not be blowing, I won't be blowing my supply of happies. My happies will not disappear. Ironically, I'm already done regenerating endurance, so we're getting back to work. See, taking off things that make you uncomfortable and putting them back on is another strategy to deal with the discomfort, right? You just if you got a lot of heavy armor and that's how you want to roll, then just take strategic breaks and make sure you peel off the armor. Do that in a vehicle so that nobody can sneak up on you, and you're set. One of the biggest reasons I don't wear heavy armor is actually not the discomfort, but the combat and movement speed decreases that come with heavy armor. I really wish the devs would add like a skill level or something that reduces that. I have a lot of complaints about 7 Days to Die, but that's something the devs did right. 7 Days to Die, if you wear heavy armor, initially it slows you down a lot, and your stamina regeneration sucks. But if you get points in the trait for it, you can almost nullify the negatives of heavy armor. There's no mechanic for that in Zomboid. You basically just have to friggin' deal with it no matter what. I actually tried at one point the outdoorsman trait. I thought, okay, that reduces how you feel about weather. Does it reduce discomfort? No. It doesn't even reduce how you feel when you have a lot of layers on, which, in my opinion, basically makes it worthless. Right, I would take that trait if it meant that I did not get hot as easily. Oh yeah, gosh. Situational awareness is, that's a godsend in this game. A bit of an obscure recommendation, if you can afford a surround sound system, like a 5.1, it can never hurt you in a game like this. I have an array of speakers positioned around my head, center in the front, left, right, and then surround on the left and right, so I can actually hear when a zombie is behind me, quote-unquote. And, of course, I initially put that together for Darktide as opposed to this game, but the effect has been the same, right? It's drastically increased my ability to tell when there's a zombie coming up behind me. Now, don't let this fool you. This place is not even close to being clear yet. We've got, like, a little bit of room here. But that's not... Basically, all this means is we've got, like, a quarter of it cleared. I don't know if there's stairs nearby. I'm gonna go ahead and peek really quick. I think there might be a flight of stairs, but I'm not sure. It's always important to keep track of the stairs when you're on, like, a multi-level building with a lot of zombies. I'm not going to lead it all the way to the pile. I still really dislike this courtyard because of all the trees. This tree right here, they're line-of-sight blockers. I have no idea that zombies are on the other side of these tiny-ass trees with no leaves. And so I'm just not comfortable. You could say I have some IRL discomfort from those trees by their sheer existence. I love that. Alright, I've pulled a little bit of them out, so pull a little bit more. That'll just keep the little trail we've got coming our way. I've only got 3 fatigue to work with, so this will be the last group for this particular day in game. Perhaps tomorrow I will come up here with a 2-liter bottle of gasoline and dump it into that car there. That way I can have a little bit more traversal without bringing my own vehicle. Shit. There we go. Every point of endurance matters when you're counting the numbers so tightly. Into the pile you go. It's not always a reliable thing to get that the new push down animation, but I'm finding the benefits to it very slowly. I made a specific video criticizing the new push down animation. Now that I'm living with it, it's not the worst thing in the world. Alright, we are moments away from hitting fatigue 1. We are out of here. I am done for the day. I don't think there's going to be any zombies in that midsection there, but I don't trust it. One thing you cannot do that I wish you could do is sit down while washing clothes. I should have taken my armor off a while ago. I do appreciate that they separated washing into categories. I would have preferred that they just left in there a wash everything button, because sometimes that's what you want to do. So I'm actually getting a little bit low on protein, surprisingly enough. I have 2 ways of addressing that in the field. Well, technically 3, but 2 reliable ways. The first most reliable way is I could always just fill up a 2-liter with milk and drink that. A 2-liter of milk would put me right nice with my proteins. It's like, I don't know, I think 60 some odd proteins. You want to keep your proteins between 50 and 300, and I'm currently down to like 80, so... At the linear decay of protein, you kind of want to start thinking about consuming more when you're down at this point. Yeah, trees definitely favor zombies over humans. There's a couple of maybe very niche situations where they don't. Like, for example, this small tree right here. This small tree is basically just a bush. As far as visibility is concerned. But this one right next to it, that's like, I don't know, a little bit taller. Oh no, I'm wrong. You see, it's really hard to tell the view cone sometimes. There is like a certain height of tree that is just like a bush, and you can use it tactically. But anything larger than that, and you can't see on the other side of it, its tactical usefulness evaporates, in my opinion. So as long as a tree is in its smaller state, you can sort of get use out of it if you're trying to strategically use it as a slowdown mechanic. Let's finish off animal care, get ourselves another book. Foraging, that's a great thing to read, because I actually might want to do that, forage. Oh no, I'm a doofus. I've already read Foraging, the current book for it. I need to actually forage to get more. Interesting. I couldn't tell you exactly what could cause you to have trouble doing something while walking. There's certain actions you can't do while walking, but there's a lot of things you can do while walking. Like equipping clothes is one of the sillier things. I can't put a hat on while walking in this game. Darkness, yeah, I've got darkness, so that means I need a flashlight if I want to forage. Flashlight is at half-mast, so I'm not doing that. Not unless I have spare batteries out the wazoo. Right now I think I only have 1. Yeah, I'm not gonna blow flashlight capacity on that. What else? How about... Could always hit local residential. Maybe I should bring a rabbit with me out in the field now, because free meat and free pets to reduce the unhappies. You can pet an animal once every, how long is it? 6 in-game hours, I think, or 4 maybe. There's none that I know of. Searching is, okay, so when you quote-unquote enable search mode, right? This is search mode, you get your little radius. When you have search mode out, what it does is it shows you items that are already on the floor, and it will also show you items that don't exist, right? So if I were to drop like a specific kind of item on the floor, like a garbage bag, and I go into quote-unquote search mode, it'll show me that the garbage bag is on the floor. So that's like a nice way of telling if there's something there that you're not picking up because you don't recognize the icon. You can flip on search mode. It's really useful for places that have been looted and trashed. There's a bunch of crap all over the floor. That helps you make sense of it. But also, when you're foraging, you're out in the woods, and you enable search mode, sometimes you'll find items that you'll never find otherwise. Like, in this case, both of these things are not things I could have found if I was just, you know, looking around visually without using search mode. In search mode, the radius gets decreased by certain factors. Weather will decrease it, but darkness is the biggest. Right now, at this light level, darkness cuts it in half. And as it gets later, darkness will cut it even more, so. Bunch of fun facts about search mode. Could probably use that common mallow and lemongrass. But I would just need some meat to add to it. I'm not seeing very many good options, so I'm going to go ahead and chug a 2 liter of cow's milk. I brought a total of 30 liters with me. So, what's 5 times 300? 1,500. So, on average, I consume about 1.5 liters of cow's milk every day. So, if I were to divide that by 30 divided by 1.5, that's basically 20 days if I'm just drinking the bare minimum. Now, if I drink a 2 liter of cow's milk to get my proteins back, that reduces that. So basically, I'm starting with 20 days of cow's milk, and if I need to drink it to get my... Oh! I didn't even look at this. I've got dog food. And I've got peaches, pineapple... Dog food is actually surprisingly good, because you get yourself some proteins from that. Looks like I cannot use canned dog food in a frying pan recipe. So if I want to source my proteins from that, I would need a pot. Okay. Something to consider tomorrow, I suppose. Dog food otherwise makes you very unhappy if you eat it, like, without cooking it. Like, there's a way to cook it and reduce the unhappiness penalty, so that is something I'll look into tomorrow, or as a midnight activity. Yeah, see, my proteins are down to 60 now, so it will keep getting worse for me unless I either bite the bullet and chug a 2 liter, or find myself a way to cook that stuff. Fun little side quest begin. Do I have houses in the area? I do. Right across the street there. In fact, there's a trailer park. Trailer park has the highest concentration of kitchen loot tiles. So if I'm looking for cooking utensils, that's my destination. We'll go ahead and leave behind this stuff. Count it as food. Everything else, I'm going to prepare for the worst, because I have no idea what I'm running into in this area. I have extremely limited experience in this area. It might be a little hard to see when I'm playing at night like this. I do apologize for that, but yeah, usually I just try to either read or sleep through the night, but tonight specifically, I want to do something about these proteins, so I'm going to do a little bit of night flying. I'll try to keep it short. If I was in a place where I had a lot of batteries, I would not hesitate to hop on my angle-headed flashlight here. But seeing it's at half capacity, I'm only going to use it when I'm fighting. Here's the trailer park I mentioned. Not too far of a jaunt. Let's see how well defended it is. Couple to the north, couple to the south. Okay. Oh yeah, we got a little bit of group here. Two there. Interesting. The other two zombies you never even knew were there. This game really makes you feel like a radar, constantly sweeping around in a cone. Come on up. Zombies sitting down count as being on the ground for the free attack, but getting too close to them has led me to some attacks that could have been avoided in the past. So I don't screw with those anymore. Aha. Come on out. Ooh, is that a meat cleaver? Meat cleavers, I only recently learned this. Meat cleavers count as axe experience. I am not gonna hop in that window. That's, trying to hop in that window is, gonna leave me right in front of that zombie. I ain't doing that. One of the only reasons I feel confident doing night expeditions these days is because of the angle-headed flashlight. This little thing that I can press a single button and not have to equip something is a godsend. Like, I would have fought the entirety of Jamietown just for a chance to get one of these. I didn't have to, but I would have, and I have in the past, just because, man, are these things amazing. They're the best for people with two-handed weapons who can't actually carry a flashlight in their other hand. See, as a short blunt enjoyer, if I wanted to, I have my opposite hand free. I could carry around a flashlight, but having just a single button to click, nothing beats that. That is amazing. How are we on battery? We are... Hello. Still about 3/5. We're good. I don't yet know exactly how long a flashlight battery lasts. Now, see this one around the corner here? I think I'll go ahead and pull a little ambush on him. Yeah, because I know how long it takes for them to get up, but if you miss, it's extremely punishing. The only reason I took that chance is because I guessed that I would probably have at least 2 chances. So that gives me the opportunity to back off if I have to. So if I made a mistake while attacking her, then wouldn't have been the end of me. At least a single mistake. Look at that, I'm out of water. How silly of me. That's a tough thing. See if he... Hello, buddy. Over here. I'm not jumping over that. If I jump over that, he's got me. Silly situations. There we go. Thank you, sir. Yeah, it's true. Honestly, if I was smart, I would have one in my Alice pack at all times. But since I'm decent at keeping track of it, I like to save. When it comes to my Alice pack, I am always edging the storage capacity on that thing. It blocks your fanny pack slots, but it gives you encumbrance 7. So it's more than you could have even with 2 fanny packs. And then it gives you the 2 slots on your chest, which is just... I can never say no to that. That is like... It's, for my personal play style, it's amazing. One of the worst things about build 42 you could possibly do to yourself is have a flashlight battery go out when you're in a basement. Its basements are now 100% pitch black. If you ever find your way into a basement but you don't have a flashlight or any other source of light, you're gonna have a bad time. So admittedly, I did not search very thoroughly for cookware yet. Should probably treat this more as a hit and run than a full clear. there's a pan. I think I can make use of that. Pan, a bowl, even some cola for the road. Nice. I'm going to go ahead and take both the pans. We'll call this a success. Hey, we've got some baking soda. Okay, we're out of here. If the pan doesn't work, then it doesn't work. That's fine. What did that set us back? So having a flashlight for as long as we did brought us from half battery capacity down to 1/3. That's still quite a long time. Like, I won't have to worry about that for a little while. That probably means I'm going to start carrying around a spare. And there's a very easy way to get a spare battery anywhere where there's a vehicle, because if you pull the radio out of the vehicle, every vehicle radio has 100% battery life in it. So you pull the radio out, you disassemble the radio, you're almost guaranteed to get a battery with 100% capacity. So whenever you look at like just a random vehicle, just think, oh, that's a potential source of battery. That's actually one of the reasons I don't carry batteries around as often. It's because batteries are never too far away if you know where to look. And 350. I'm having a drink, going to sleep. Alright, moment of truth. Can I use a pan to cook some dog food? Doesn't look like I can, but what if I add water to a pan? I don't think I've tried this in a long time. Nope. That's a negative. So these pans, unsuccessful. I don't honestly think it's worth it to take the happiness hit by just eating some dog food raw. I'm not going to do that. I'll just drink this entire liter of cow's milk here as a starter. So with that liter of cow's milk put away, I am up from wherever I was in the mid-60s up to 100 protein. So we are set for proteins for a couple of days. Just drop some of this clothing I picked up. And honestly, I'm going to leave my hoodie in the van because it's still, like, in the mid-20s, I don't need that layer. I'm already dealing with hotness even without the hoodie, so that wouldn't be that hard. In the complete darkness, I think the game still has a full bright shader. You can see it if you ever have a generator and you have certain things are just like they don't produce light in the traditional sense, but they still just look as bright as they would during the day. So the shader exists for it, so it would just be a question of appending that to zombie eyes. Get the, and as a bonus effect, you could also make them stronger as zombies with glowing eyes. So you've got, whatchamacallit, feral zombies from 7 Days to Die. Wouldn't be too far out of place with, this game. Although ferals in 7 Days to Die are, day sprinters. And I don't know how I feel about sprinters in this game. Generally like to avoid sprinters in every concept. Back to chipping away at the hordes here. That van is actually situated pretty well. I think I am going to go ahead and toot the horn again. Go ahead and put that dust mask back on. Otherwise, the sickness I will get down with. We do a little tootin', boys. Time for some rootin' and tootin'. Like knocking on a front door. Oh dear. That was the last axe on my back. I'm down to 2 more axes. We're almost done with the axes. I basically just wanted to use them up until I'm done. And we are almost done. Now we're starting to daisy chain them a little bit. The head flailers. Seven Days is actually probably in my streaming lineup. When 2.0 comes out, the experimental is dropping on the 10th, I think. No, 10th is dev stream. 15th, was it? Yeah, 15th. Well, 15th is streamer weekend. Even if I had a big enough audience, I wouldn't do that. I'll play it on Monday like everybody else. I hate being surrounded. Those assholes from the south, man. Quick breather. Little drink of cow's milk. Oh, you know what? Haha. I'm a certified doofus. Forgot to refill the cow's milk, so that means, what does that mean? That means I'm gonna kill this group. I'm gonna toot the horn one more time, and then just do a quick little jaunt back to the temp base. Get a refill on milk. Every time I find a fountain cup, I carry a little bit more with me. A little bit of background on the way I deal with hunger. Right now I'm in a phase where I need to lose weight, so all I need to do is make the hunger shut up every time I get hungry. You can do that if you're someone who takes the increased hunger perk. Then every time you get hungry, 300 milliliters of cow's milk will get rid of it completely. Put you back to 100%. So the best way to have 300 milliliters is either a soda can or like something of a larger container. Unfortunately, there aren't a lot of large containers that you can like drink half of and have, 300 milliliters. So what I actually like to do is portion it out for myself. And the reason I use fountain cups is that fountain cups are the lightest weight when they are after you've used them. So they only weigh 0.1 by themselves, and they're so that means they only weigh 0.4 when they're full of cow's milk. Soda cans weigh twice that, despite having the same storage. So fountain cups really are the meta if you're just trying to get your hunger to shut up with milk. Alright, so I'm tooting again, then I'm running back to base. See, basically, we can guarantee, almost guarantee, that each time we toot, we bring a little bit more out from inside the community center, or the community college. And that way, each time we toot, we get a little bit more. Does that guy got a fraternity shirt? He does. He's from the Omega somethings. Never seen a shirt like that before. Set that aside. Getting up out of here. Nobody cared about my discomfort until I took off the mask. Save me a little bit of happies. Alrighty then. Alright, since I'm getting hot almost constantly now, I'm going to go ahead and peel off the denim shirt as well. Lose a little bit more scratch protection, but I think... See, the denim shirt is less scratch protection than the leather jacket. So by ditching that, I should maybe avoid it a little bit longer. I don't think anything's going to stop me from getting hot once I start chopping. Because body heat generation, that's a big thing. That increases your... how you feel, how hot you feel, by a factor. Possibly one of the most unforgiving, or one of the things that bothers me the most, I guess I should say, about the fact that certain actions can't be done while you walk. Opening a soda can, right? Being unable to walk while opening a soda can. Come on, Fun Pin. Come on, Indy Stone. Come on. That's just silly. You can maybe understand not being able to put on a shirt while you're walking. I mean, I can do it, but maybe normal people can't. I don't know. I know there are some people out there who literally cannot walk and chew gum. I know that is actually a thing. I've actually known people like that. So that is sort of a realistic thing, but we're talking about the average everyday person. That's what we're supposed to be. Anyway, I am resuming combat, and you know what? I'm gonna do something I do sometimes. I'm gonna put on some music. Put on some combat music. I'm gonna put on something something I've cut myself. If nobody's ever seen my main channel, probably. My main channel is just all I ever used to do is soundtrack extensions. So we're gonna listen to yes, Shilmish, a Irish German metal band. Damn it. Nice. Alright. We're moving up a little bit. That's what I'm talking about. This is a decent spot. I can at least see behind me. Fuck! That was not good. Might need to fall back to the other mega file. That's more like it. Oh, look at that. We've got a steady little conga line coming, and we need to sit down and have a breather. Actually, it wasn't what I intended to do, but I'm okay with it. It's a nice pad. Just to give you guys an idea of how not done we are, I'm still noticing frame rate drops. It's subtle, but I'm noticing it. Frame rate drops means there's just that many zombies on screen. We can't see them, but they're in there, trust me. We're just slowly peeling them out. This van has actually been a godsend. Yeah, see, they're still spilling out of there. Every honk brings a little more. Oh, you know what? I don't have the next tailoring book. So the mega pile is not... What am I saying? Surely tailoring 3 will be in this library. Surely. Now that I've said it, I've jinxed it. We'll see. All I know is if I can find tailoring 3, that's what I gotta read before I do these corpses. I'm going to be a little bit less vigilant about the mega pile because it's not guaranteed that I'll find it. My last game I went without ever finding Agriculture 3. More than 200 hours in my 42.7. Never found Agriculture 3. That's after hitting this particular place at Ekron and every other book resource I found. Wackiest part is we're still not using our best weapon. That's the stone mace. That's next. I made a bunch of those. Alright, I'll fight a little bit more through stage 1 fatigue. See if I can't let this book or this weapon break. There it is. We're using Stone Mace now. I love this weapon. Oh man, it's got a new sound effect. Did not even know that. We're only doing half damage, by the way. We're at fatigue 1. That's beautiful. I love it. Alright, being at fatigue 1, I think it is time to draw today's combat to a close. Anyway, that was a song called Chaos by Shelmish. German Iron battle metal band. Really good people. I don't think they're doing anything anymore, but they've made some decent music. I only ever play instrumental music. I don't really... Well, that's a lie. Recently I've been listening to some Love Sofegi, which most of their stuff has vocals in it. It's significant, but I wouldn't say it's significant enough to the point where where if I were to toot the horn here, they wouldn't hear it inside. Now, there is actually a chance for zombies to be deaf or hard of hearing. Randomized traits leave that a possibility. But it's few and far between. Vast majority of zombies can hear me perfectly fine, even through the walls. And the ones that can't will hear me and then get a little closer. And then the next time I honk the horn, they'll hear me and get a little closer again. Very few exceptions being the deaf ones. Now, fun fact, not all the zombies have spawned. I have noticed this with 100% accuracy. The zombies on the 3rd floor of this place, they don't exist yet. Like, the zombies on the 3rd floor are 100% impossible to honk out of there because they don't spawn in until you go inside and get on the 2nd floor. They'll start spawning in at that point, but not before. That was a glitched ground pound there. See, I am definitely running out of zombies on the 1st and 2nd floor who are capable of pathing to me. I don't know if you guys noticed, but there is a zombie on the 2nd floor window there, right next to where my armor stat meter is. There's a zombie there just kind of standing in front of the window. It can't path to me, so it's just going to stand there for a very long time. I don't know if it'll ever move until I go upstairs. But the rest of the zombies don't seem to be having a problem finding their way to the staircase. So, an isolated problem. There is a mechanic for zombies to pop out of windows from the 2nd floor, but I've noticed that it just doesn't work sometimes. Build 42 things. I'm sure that's part of the roadmap to stable right there. See this guy up here? He's just going to infinitely walk towards me. He's never going to spill out the window like he's supposed to. Or at least 90% sure they're supposed to. I've seen them do it in other contexts. The sanatorium, don't go there, by the way. The sanatorium is useless. There's no loot there. Just a lot of zombies. So you would only want to go to the sanatorium if you want to do spooky jump scares for YouTube, or if you just want to get kills. Like, if you just want to get kills, then, yeah, go for it. But if I just want to get kills, if I've run out of everything else to do, then I'm going to Louisville. I'm not going to friggin' sanatorium out in the middle of nowhere. Because at least at Louisville, there's great stuff. I thought I shut this thing off. Oh well. I wasted a little bit of gas, but I guess at least I recharged the battery. What does it look like? Yeah, that's not too awful bad. I would like to have better windows on a field vehicle. Everything is regular. Not worth anything. Okay, we're going home. We're halfway to fatigue level 2. I'm actually, with a stone mace and at short blunt 7, I'm still combat effective at fatigue 2. But I'm never going to consciously decide to go into combat once I'm close to fatigue 2. And at fatigue 3, I can still defend myself against a single zombie. But I'm going to be hitting it like half a dozen times, minimum. So, don't ever want to get to that point. Short blunt is not a very crit-heavy weapon focus. The only reason that I specialize in it so well is, well, construction worker supremacy, in my opinion. Construction worker can take you straight to short blunt 10 within, from like 3 all the way to 10 in a couple of months if you go hard on it. I haven't actually been going very hard on it. I've been diversifying my weapon loadout constantly because I want to gain, axes so that I can cut wood better, and aiming and reloading as long as I got the books for it, which I did not find aiming 2, despite looting Jamie-town. That was actually very sad. Not finding aiming 2 means, now that I'm at level 2 aiming, I have no use to carry around a firearm. I'm not going to expend ammunition, which is an extremely limited resource, and you can't make more of it. I'm not going to expend ammunition if I'm not getting the maximum return on investment for the, for killing zombies with it. So, I mean, that's just me. I'm playing with the assumption that I'm going to be living long enough for running out of ammo to actually be a concern. 95% of Zomboid players probably are not thinking with that mentality. Not that that's unreasonable, but I think people should believe in themselves a little bit more when they play this game. Sure, you're going to die a lot, but that doesn't mean you're guaranteed. You might just survive longer than you expect if you give it a hard enough try. But dunno. It's a little bit. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and sleep. There's a couple of midnight activities I can do. Reading is not. There's books I can read, right? But I'm at a point where, you know, who am I ever going to use trapping? I'm never going to use trapping. I'm literally just reading it to pass the time. And the other books that I brought, yeah, see, I have tracking and trapping. Almost 100% useless, in my humble opinion. Just because they don't really serve my playstyle. Like, I have a great supply of farm animals at home. Take care of my food needs in every respect. And, you know, I have electrical 2 and foraging 3, but I have to level those before I can read. Let's see. If I go out and find myself a few vehicles, steal their radios, that gives me more batteries, and I can forage. I'm going to do that. I don't want to use my only emergency battery right now. I do have an emergency battery, but I'm not going to use that. I'm going to go steal some. Yeah. I mean, I actually kind of sort of appreciate the fact that the devs made it so that you can shoot a zombie and still knock it down. Even more so now with the addition of the ragdoll skill. So if your goal is only to slow down the zombies coming after you, you can whip out a firearm and accomplish that quite easily. I just don't find it worth the expenditure of ammunition. Also, that being said, I probably should have brought my firearms, if only to use them as a noisemaker. That actually probably would benefit me a lot here. But I'm a little late on that. There is a resource for guns here in... if I were to go, like, here, which is north on the other side of quite a lot of residential zombies, there is a gun store here. Not too awfully well defended. Probably like maybe 1/5 of what we're seeing here. Which is still significant, but not that bad. That's, it's got a lot of rifles, and I think it will have at least a couple of handguns. Not sure when I will hit that in terms of my order of operations. Alright, I'm stealing this thing's radio. So no matter what I use that car for, I'm never going to use its radio. So, same with this van here. I don't know what I'll use this van for, if anything, but it won't be its radio. I forgot to check. Does it have gas? No. No gas. Okay. So that van ain't going nowhere. I'll take a free garbage bag, though. Thanks. Alright, so disassembling those 2 radios will give us 2 batteries at 100% capacity. I don't know. No. So there has not been any hot fixes. We're currently playing 42.8.1, and that update that gives the 0.1 was like within a day or two of the 42.8. There's been nothing from the devs since. So they have not changed anything with Ragdoll since it came out. I guess unless 42.8.1 reduced it. I don't recall seeing any patch notes for that. I think it was just a couple of critical crashes. Yeah, literally just fixed not launch and letting us disable the welcome message. So they definitely didn't change anything. I think if you stop paying attention to it, there's definitely that effect. All right, we're doing a little foraging, but yeah, the whatchamacallit, I only ever notice the ragdoll when I'm using firearms or I accidentally hit a zombie with a vehicle. See, 9 times out of 10, I'm driving around a vehicle that I actually care about, so I don't want to be hitting zombies with it. I'm not the kind of guy who will just find a random vehicle and use it as a weapon, because it doesn't get you any skills. So I almost always just kill zombies the old-fashioned way. Something to note whenever you're foraging at night is always, look at that. That's the power of books, folks. Always have a weapon that you're really good with equipped in your main hand, even if you don't intend to be fighting. Because if a zombie pops out of the trees, you have a better chance to push it back instead of letting it actually attack you, as long as you have a weapon you're good at in your hands. We are reaching logging territory. Can't really forge effectively in logging territory because you're going to keep seeing false positives. So I'm going to go over here. I might even find some of those zombies that have been flanking me. Funny thing about this area, foraging at night, it's not all that different from foraging during the day. Like, you can't see anything on the other side of these trees anyway, even if it was daylight. So it's not like the trees are, it's not like the darkness is actually affecting us. Ooh, we can't see. I mean, you can't see during the day either, because trees just block 100% of your line of sight. If humans could not see anything on the other side of a simple tree, we would have died out as a species a long time ago. What I mean by logging territory is areas where I've cut down trees. I don't like to forage in that area because the search mode keeps turning up like twigs and other stuff, and it competes with actually finding stuff. So it's just not really useful to forage in those areas. Doesn't mean you can't find anything, just means there's a lot of distractions. I don't like distractions. I have enough distractions already. I'm very easily distractible. Aha, we have reached the main road. Okay. The main road... Turn off foraging for a sec. So, the main road's going to have a residential here on the left. It's like a kind of an upscale little half suburban, half rural area here. And then this road down here, pretty much nothing. So if we go down this residential road here, let's see what we can find. I haven't given up hope on finding a cooking pot. And if nothing else, we got more batteries here. Look at that. This guy's got gas in the tank. Not very much. It's 3 liters. But as a point of principle, I always carry around a 2-liter bottle in my Alice pack. So I can take 2 of those 3 liters of gasoline and just hold on to it. Because I also carry around a rubber hose in my Alice pack. It's this freaking kit right here, using just this kit in this Alice pack, I can survive for a very, very long time. Oops. It's my field kit extraordinaire. You'd never believe that the hardest thing to find to complete my Alice pack is always the multicolor pen. Because I like to be able to have every color of pen at my disposal, but that's 0.4 encumbrance. That's a lot for an Alice pack. It's in there, right? Yeah. That's the bathroom. Hey, hello there, we got ourselves a pot. I wonder if... I've actually never tried to use dog food as a cooking ingredient, but if it is possible to use it as a cooking ingredient, the empty pot will make it so. So that means this little night excursion has been quite successful. We're going to run back with that and see if we can cook us up some dog food and have it not tank our happiness. I mean, it probably will, but, this house is actually not that bad in principle, because not only is it right next to the main loot area, you also got yourself an even closer source of infinite water in the pool here. That said, I feel like it's a little too close. I don't know why I feel that way. I've never actually tried this place, so... I also hate these bushes. These bushes actually annoy me. You don't need to have a fence and bushes. Either or is fine. Have some hedgerows or have some fences, but both is just gratuitous. Forge on our way back here. Perfect timing too, because it's about bedtime again. It's 3 a.m. now. 4 is the good sweet spot for a restless sleeper. Yeah, I've my annotated map is a little bit light. I've got a couple of things, a couple of marks. That's actually outdated. There's a survivor zombie there. I usually start marking the map. Like right now, you just see these S's. That just means it's a place that has a pillow and intact windows, so I can sleep there at night. Beyond that, I have not yet very decorated my map too much. It will be significantly more decorated once I start doing a full clear of Riverside, which is something that until recently I have not done because a full clear requires me to, I can tell which mushrooms are edible, can't I? I think that's a foraging thing. Excellent. As of one of the most recent builds, you are not able to tell initially whether a mushroom is poisonous or not, so I've just been ignoring mushrooms. But I can tell the difference now, and I think that it's probably because I'm foraging 3. Now foraging 4. Which means I can read the next foraging book, which is excellent. We got ourselves good reading material now, boys. Alright, moment of truth. Can yes, I can make a dog food stew. Hell yeah. Oh, we're eating good, boys. Time for some protein. Apparently, you can only add this to a stew. So we'll do 2 canned dog food and 2 dry dog food, because we found one of each. And they technically count as different ingredients. And then I can add some mushrooms. Dog food and mushroom stew. With lemongrass, common mallow, and sage. So I'll actually cook that tomorrow morning because it just hit 4 a.m. Go ahead and sleep. And then we got ourselves some breakfast. Breakfast of champions. Dog food and mushroom stew. Ah, the weird shit you get up to in this game. I love it. Give me some twigs here. I always carry around a matchbook in my Alice pack, so lighting a fire is never difficult. But kindling... There we go. Toss that bad boy on the fire. And while that's cooking, I'm gonna empty some of this other stuff from my inventory. Sage plantains, bunch of seeds, baking soda bowl. I'll also use this area as an electronics bin for everything except batteries, because gotta have those. And that'll do. Stews take a little while, so I can usually... Oh yeah, it's like 1/10 of the way there. Swap my trapping book for a foraging book. Drop off a little bit of loot. This is trash. Handy knife needs to go back into the glove. So I don't want to be using that to disassemble electronics. No, somebody died. I'm gonna refill this welding torch. I found a locally sourced welding torch and a locally sourced propane tank. So it costs me nothing now to carry around a full welding torch. Why not? I'll toss that in the backpack. See if that stew's dead. About halfway there. Do a little bit of reading. Alrighty then. We got ourselves a dog food stew worth 87. I have no idea exactly how much protein this is going to have. I just know that dog food generally has a lot of protein. So we'll eat a quarter of this, and let's see what we get. Okay, that was unimpressive. In fact, that was very unimpressive. Well, I'm not going to say it wasn't worth it. It's always good to have a pot in your field bases. But that was not as impressive as it could have been. Oh well. That's alright. If nothing else, we have something to eat aside from continuing to dwindle our cow milk supply. Alright, we gearing up. Gearing up, we're gonna listen to some more combat music. What shall I put on? Yeah, I'll do some 3C2. I like that track. I like it a lot. I really hope nobody has any problems with female Japanese vocals. I have no idea what they're saying for the most part, but they harmonize really well. And it won't be too obnoxious. It's also not the typical J-pop sort of thing. I don't even have a local copy of this yet. I need to fix that. 3C2. That's not it. This is the track, Love Solfeggi. I think I'm pronouncing that right. Love Solfeggi. Solfeg. It's Italian. I can't pronounce Italian. But this is a great track. Great to kill zombies too. Always triple check your exits. Do not ever let them close in from every side. See, there they are. Second floor is emptying. You know, battery check. Oh, good thing I checked it. We're down to about 8%. Less than 10 at least. Get rid of that. Feels like I could afford to sit down and read a book for a bit. Actually, there is part of me that wants to, I'm going to translate a little bit to the left side. We're going to probe a second entrance before we bother going anywhere near the second floor. Here it is, the parking lot of hell. Here's the main entrance. Last time I parked a vehicle here and honked, I didn't recover the vehicle for 3 weeks. As soon as they break out of the main entrance there, it is we've got a little bit of hell coming. Now, I have no idea exactly how many of them I've already pulled, but definitely not all of them from the first floor. I'm actually going to go ahead and pull the one vehicle I already have prepped, I'm going to pull it back. There they are. We found them. They found us. Oh, yeah, there they are. We found them, boys. Woo! I'm gonna want to split this group up a little bit. We're also getting them from the north. There's plenty. I'm actually gonna go get another, I'm gonna get another weapon because this one is not gonna last me long enough. It's already at like 80%. We're gonna need more than 80%. Also gonna steal another 2-liter. No reason not to carry around more of these. Who knows how many of them I'll need. You saw that parking lot. We're gonna need a few. In fact, I'm gonna stage a second one of these now. Now we're going to see how many of them we can start peeling around the side, as opposed to directly engaging them in the parking lot of hell there. The parking lot of hell is a little too crowded for my taste. In fact, I'm just gonna toot right here. I'm not gonna toot any closer than that, because I don't need to. This will bring plenty our way. See, look at that. They've already, quite a few of them have already peeled off. Now, I don't need the toot, I just need to drive. They'll hear the engine. Get ready to drive away if I need to. We're gonna fight. Use this fence to our advantage. There's some behind us. Not a clean angle of approach. Plenty of friggin' trees in the area too. Great song. Doesn't quite lend itself to replayability the same way some of my other tracks do. I've got a little rotation here. This one is from The Division 2. I really enjoy this one. This one's for really fast-paced combat. I can't really do a pile here. So many obstructions. Maybe. Can at least get rid of some of them. Oh, we're done. I started from the beginning, so the stream title is The Day, but we're, let's see, character survived for 4 months, 13 days. So we are 4 months in. This fence is actually helping us. We're not getting a lot of ground kills, but we don't need to. It just slows them down. Access control. Exertion level 1, nothing we can't handle. long as they keep coming in a nice single file line there. Not that I can see because of the trees. This is actually making noise in addition to clearing obstructions. One of the reasons I can do this so fast is I have a knife on my webbing. Do one on my 6 there. Could have at least 15 seconds. Oh, she's not even aggroed. Oi! Don't ignore me. Can't do anything about this stupid tree right here. That's fine. Maybe I shouldn't have used up all of my axes. That's probably going to bring more than enough room. Damn trees. Come on, let's go. I'm gonna have to fall back soon. Assuming I don't keep getting one shot. Okay. The unpredictability of the pushdown system continues to affect me. Where are we at? We're at 60. Absolute fallback if we get to stage 2. Oh shit. Yeah, I'm falling back. Did that so they're not too heavy in there when I get back. Oh shit. Always that one asshole. Now the car is gonna fail to start. Watch. Oh, it didn't on the first try. Okay. I'm not gonna complain. Usually the car fails to start right there and then. That's always what happens. I'm just gonna drive to where there's no corpse stench. Do a little reading for a second. Look at that. We're done reading. We got all of our exertion back. I love single player. That would have taken a long time in multiplayer. deal with a group this big and multiplayer, you'd probably want to have several players working together. So I'm actually going to pop them over here a little bit. And then swing back around so that I don't have to keep... It's good for the pile to do it that way. Oops. Didn't want to do that, but fine. That raccoon is tempting. Actually, I'm gonna... I hope nobody's a raccoon lover, because I'm gonna... What the hell? Going hunting. There we go. Did that because raccoon meat is good protein. It lets me pick it up. There we go. Okay. There's protein taken care of for a couple of days right there. Bit of a dangerous stunt, but it got us what we needed. Protein without eating. Did you see that? Did you see that for a second there? This is just the food court. Just the food court. We got a lot of zombies to kill. We don't have to worry about those guys yet. They're all part of the fire station, which is surrounded by fences that cannot be hit yet. Soon, I'm sure. Alright. So we're actually going to get tired soon. I'll do a little more killing over here, but then we got to get out of here. Tomorrow when I come back here, I'm bringing the axe. Get rid of these damn trees. Actually, I'm going to get out of here now. I'm over-encumbered because of this corpse I'm carrying. Being over-encumbered means you actually gain a little bit of strength experience, but you also lose more endurance. Right? I can believe that. Multiplayer in this game is pretty fun with a small group, but anything bigger than a small group and the game kind of gets trivialized. Once you have your 256-man Macedonian phalanx, the zombies aren't a threat anymore. Right as the fatigue hits, we're getting out of here. I do not feel like fighting with a combat debuff in that area. That's one place you don't want to be fighting with any debuffs, because they will just keep coming. Alright, so we've got ourselves a raccoon to eat here. And as fate would have it, we just freed up our pot. Get that combat gear off so we stop getting depressed. So I've used both of these stone maces equally, at least as far as the condition goes. Let's see here. Let's refill all of the cow's milk, even if we won't immediately drink it. Get some water. Let's chop up this raccoon here. They added some very pleasant sound effects to the butchering process. I wasn't here in 42.7. Alright. Did that leave a skeleton? It did not. Don't know if I want to bring this back with me, so for now I'll just leave a raccoon skull here. So we got 5 pieces of rodent meat from that, and it's all less than a portion. A portion is 15 hunger. I don't think I want to put all 5 of these in one stew. I'll go ahead and put 2. Okay, catch you later. Thanks for watching. But yeah, the 2 pieces of rodent meat ought to be enough. I don't have any perspective on how much proteins those have. And I recently made a post lamenting just how many proteins there are in certain things. Let us open these beans and carrots. Why not? I'm going to do nothing else with this canned food. Or I'll start with the beans. Oh, that's chunky. Oh, so I did a silly. I made a soup instead of a stew. Because it's a soup instead of a stew, I can't actually put the dog food in it. I suppose worse things have happened. I'll go ahead and add the herbs to it. We'll just accept a smaller one for now. That ought to do it. Let's cook. Get some kindling. Fire this bad boy up. Now, the one bright side about soups as opposed to stews, soups cook much faster. I'm guessing, I mean, even if you use the exact same ingredients, soups just go like 1/3 of the time. So I actually got to watch that relatively carefully. I can't spend too much time looking around at other stuff while it cooks. Not too fast. Yeah, I'll do a little reading. Can't hurt to do a little reading. Don't even have to worry about running out of daylight because we got our campfire for that. Soup is done. We got ourselves a 60 soup out of that. I'm actually going to rename it so I can keep track of how much. I'm going to eat 1/4 of this, and I'm actually down to 54 proteins. So even if this has like a ton of protein, it won't hurt us too much. Oh yeah, that was about 25 proteins for 1/4 of it. So that means this whole stew is about 100. So tomorrow morning I'll probably just eat the rest of the stew. Is there anything else I want to do while I still have the campfire going? Not really. I'll do a little bit of carving, I guess. Do I have something to carve here? No, I destroyed it. I'm almost, like... I actually don't know if there's any point to carving at this point because, I'm at level 8. I don't think there's any recipes that... Nope. Oh, carve bat. So if I wanted to do long blunt and just have infinite baseball bats, carving level 9. But, I don't usually do long blunt, so... Carving is a godsend for short and long blunt, given that. Knitting needles, I think, is the best recipe for now. Alright. Put this bad boy out. Let's get some sleep. Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and eat all of that soup right now. So I can make another one with that meat while it's still fresh. This time it's a stew, not a soup. Okay, I went ahead and added 3 rodent meat. We'll add the rest of this dog food from the can, which won't be much. And we'll add some dog food from the bag for the last 2 slots. I'm predicting this will get us at least 80 hunger. And then these herbs will make it nice. So that polishes off the raccoon. And it should get us quite a fair bit of proteins. I'm thinking this will have like maybe 100, 130 something, based on the rate we were getting from the other pieces. So I'll just light this bad boy back up. Add a little bit of fuel. Just add another log. I mean, these logs are just sitting here. I'm not really going to use them for anything else. Log is like 6 hours if you just toss that straight in there. And we read while that bad boy cooks up. Boom. That is another 80 stew right there. That's, an 80 stew is, if you trim it right, that's like a day and a half. But, I'm not going to trim it. That's basically just a day. Little early to go back to sleep. Gonna do a little, I can't forage yet because I'm still reading the next level of book. Yeah. Let's just pop in the driver's seat so we can read. Finish off the night with some foraging reading. 2, 3, 4, and 5. And we sleep. We haven't had raid in a while, which is great for the fact that we can sleep without worrying about the game crashing. That also means my crops are questionable. Let's see, we departed on... when did we depart? Let me check my logs here. I took a screenshot for this video's thumbnail, so I actually have a reference. This was the day right before I left. It was the 13th. So we've been out here for 1 week, and it has not rained much since the first day. So if it doesn't rain in the next 3 days, I'm probably going to have to... I mean, have to is a strong word. but this time I'm planting more than just wheat. Right, wheat can last a really long time without being watered. Rye, barley, and hops, not so much. And this is the first time I've ever planted those without them just dying for no reason. Like, I think the devs finally fixed the fact that they would, those crops would die, in the freezing temperatures. Right? For at least 6 of the first Build 42 builds, these crops that you're supposed to plant in the autumn couldn't survive winter temperatures. It's just, it's such an embarrassing oversight in my opinion, but it is what it is. They've sorted it out, I hope. So I'm actually kind of eager to engage with that system, because I've never been able to do flax before. The devs added all this infrastructure for us to make our own cloth, sackcloth and everything out of flax. And I've never been able to engage with it because it was impossible to grow flax until now. And fun fact, it's still impossible to grow tobacco. I'll prove it to you. I'll go to my discovered recipes here. We'll go to agriculture, and we'll go down to the teas. And where is it? Oh, I haven't actually read the seed packet for tobacco yet, have I? Not on this character. Okay. Point being, the growing season is 5 months long, but the growing period is 6 months long. So it's just anybody who tries to grow tobacco is just like, let's just say that they managed to plant it in the correct season in April, watch it grow for 5 months, and then the last month before the season that's outside of its growing season, it all fucking dies. Welcome to Build 42 Unstable. I don't know if they've actually fixed that. Let's bring these guys out the woodwork, shall we? We've attracted a few. South is faster. Probably should get my mask on. My helmet. Never go to the front lines without wearing your helmet. Look at that. Got a steady stream of them. Going around the side really did reinvigorate us over here. Still got to keep an eye on the south, though. Let's return the game music for now. I do have my own music, but I don't have a very steady supply of it. I have a couple more tracks, but we'll save those for special occasions. This front plate's broken. Just for the sake of doing a little carving, I will go ahead and pick up these broken branches I've left behind. Just toss them in the trunk. Let's see what this stew is worth. Have I already eaten? I think I've already eaten some of it. Oh yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, we're getting good proteins out of that. Mucho gusto. Oh, It's a very tedious process. Like, basically, all these zombies that are around me right now, I'm going to let them come to me. I'm not going to go to them unless I want them to come to me faster. For example, this one right here, he's a slow shambler. So I'm going to make him come to me faster by getting within his aggro range and just coming on up to him and then letting him come over here. I was telling one of the other folks earlier on in the stream, one of the reasons I do these mega piles is because if I stand right here, just in the dead center of the pile, I open the crafting menu, I can dismantle things like watches from every corpse within range. So, like, when the time comes to actually harvest these corpses, it's very, very easy. I don't have to go individually between them and collect things. And you can do the same thing for, like, tailoring recipes, like, you know, shortened trousers for the jeans, or... but what you gotta do to make that happen is you gotta bring a crafting surface with you. So I'll just bring, like, find a crate or something. I mean, worst case scenario, I could just go get one of these tables and just bring it over here to the corpse pile. And then we're off to the races. I'm not going to do that yet, though, because I do not yet have the next tailoring book. Possibly I'll get it from this place. So that's actually one of the things I'm holding out hope for. The third floor of this place has a library and a science lab. Both of those have just tons and tons and tons of books. I think the last time I came to this place, when I finally got to the bookshelves, I was in the mid-80s, if not 90% of, like, the full book collection in this game. Like, even Longblade. I even had Longblade books. That's how you know you've got a good collection. I had Longblade 1, 2, 3, and 4. But yeah. It's a little bit of effort to put them into the pile, but it's worth it once you've read the books and you've started compiling your recipes, as it were. The vehicles have been a big help when it comes to getting them towards the pile. I mean, all I gotta do is pop down into the vehicle and do a little toot. Tooty toot toot. Here comes the loot. Thanks. No, I'm not I'm just an amphetamine addict. I'm not anything special. I mean, I do tech support for a living, so I've learned what efficient systems look like and what bad ones look like, but I still let inefficiency plague me sometimes. When I first posted on Reddit about using this strategy, there was actually somebody who came along and told me that you can use cardboard boxes as a crafting surface, which only weigh 2 encumbrance. Honestly, I should have brought one with me, but I'm pretty sure I'll find one here. Cardboard crates are a pretty good mobile crafting surface. I think probably the best. Now, you can turn a log into a crafting surface, but I think they haven't fixed the fact that the log crafting surface you can build is an invulnerable object. You can never move it. Can't even destroy it with a sledgehammer. I think it's like the butcher hook, just a fixed object in time and space. Kind of feels a little silly. The devs just add all these cool new buildings to the game and then just forget to give them some of the most basic things like hit points and movability. But yeah, as you can see, as long as we got some horn to honk, we got zombies to come to us. I can almost say for certain that they're done coming from the south. They're just all coming from the college now, to the north there. And the great thing about the movement speeds in Build 42, you just they naturally separate themselves. The different movement speeds and the different hearing levels. Like, they respond differently to noises. Some of them, with pinpoint hearing, they'll just immediately start moving towards the nearest noise. Some of them, it takes like half a dozen honks just to get them to move halfway to you, because they'll lose interest. I have another pile started over here. As you can see, I had a little struggle session out here because the trees make that area not very clean. In fact, I'm going to go get my axe. I'm gonna go get my axe now, because I want to cut those trees. Like, yes, in the middle of a combat zone, I am literally gonna whip out an axe and just start cutting trees, because they're in my way. And they block line of sight, and they, you know... I can get rid of them very easily. Just gotta bring a rather hefty axe with me. I've already cut a bunch of trees just to make this area drivable. Bunch of trees and a bunch of, whatchamacallits. So I got an axe here. This axe is about to break. So I am going to carve another large handle. Just need a large branch. And I can carve a large handle. And I've already got a heavy smooth stone here. There we go. So we got ourselves a handle, got ourselves a head. Both of those require like level 3 and 4 of carving and knapping. Once you're level 4 knapping, you can whip up to a large axe head. That I would almost say that trivializes wood collection, just because they last so much longer than any other kind of axe. I'll cut up some belts. 3. I got a few belts on the ground here. 3, and that gives me 3 leather strips. Fun fact, if you cut up a belt, the leather strips are always clean. They're never dirty. So if you ever need a guaranteed clean leather strip out in the field, just rip somebody's belt apart. Apparently belts just don't get dirty in this universe. Alright, we got ourselves a couple of spare... we got ourselves 2 axes. 1 in my bag. I'll leave the other in the trunk here. Now, this field vehicle of ours that we're using here is pretty low on gas. I'm not going to cannibalize my expedition van's gas resources anymore. I'm just going to find some out in the field. There's plenty of vehicles. Look at that. A frickin' rat. I almost ran over it. I wish you could add rats to recipes. It's kind of silly you can't scavenge rodent meat off of them. All you can do is cook the rat itself and then eat it. Hello. Bitch hiding behind the frickin' garbage cans. The rest of the trash, I guess. Lol. Do I want to... Okay. So here's what I'm gonna do. I have such little gas left. I'm gonna park this car over here so that I have a escape vehicle ready. But it doesn't have much left in it other than to be a short distance escape vehicle, so that's good there. And then I will resume killing them on the other side. Let's get ourselves a quick bite to eat. So these are the trees I need to wipe out, because they're in my way and I hate them. I think I can get away with cutting a couple of them before I start attracting zombies, but the sound of chopping wood will absolutely bring them out. Kind of amazing that you can get this much use out of an axe that you built just with stuff laying around on the ground. As long as you got large, smooth, flat stones and a few leather strips, or rags even, never far away from an axe. Downside is it sucks up your stamina. Even though I'm at fitness 9 and axe level 4, this thing is annihilating my stamina. Like, that's probably almost a dozen zombies worth. Like a dozen killing zombies with short blunt. So never use that as a combat weapon if you can avoid it. He's moments away from breaking. This is the last tree that's irking me. I do see a zombie to the north there. Why did I stop seeing them? That was so silly. Like, that was really silly. Super duper silly. Come on over here, would you? The tiny tree blocks completely. I was saying to another dude in the chat earlier, like, humans would not have survived evolution if we could not see things on the other side of such thin trees. We would have been wiped out by predators so much lesser than us if we had such a disability. so many more of us would have starved because we couldn't have tracked, deer through the woods or something. Hunting wouldn't exist as a profession if trees were this detrimental to our lines of sight. Nope. Try to do the lunge, you little bitch. Get over here. I got your number. Is that the last of them for the moment? It's not the last of them by the long shot. There's still... This parking lot is full of them. But the problem is we can't see that. So this will at least... we'll take some of the edge off. At least we can see them from our pile. Just by cutting that, we've drawn another guest. But now we are relatively clean. That's a slow shambler, so I don't have to worry about her for a minute. Okay. That is pretty clean. I don't really care about the trees inside the parking lot here. In fact, this axe is so close to breaking. I'm just going to drop it here, because I don't foresee myself needing it again anytime soon. And if I need a more intact one, I got it. I just did that to make her move faster. Come on. Get in the pile. I see those jeans. You got jeans, you're going in the pile with the rest of the jean havers. Anybody with jeans or skirts or watches, I want them in the pile. And that's most of them, really. It looks like I have successfully pulled a number of them from this parking lot. I can almost guarantee you, though, the moment I honk another horn here. What's this? Ooh, there's a key to this. No gas, though. That's unfortunate. Because this thing's in great condition. What is in the trunk? Ooh! Metalworking too. Never mind. There's a how to use generators in there. Anybody who still needed that. Apparently you can find it in a metalworking truck. Look at that. See, one honk. And the Hordes of Hell open again. I swear, the main entrance to this place. Gateway to Hell. It closes after a while, but until then... Boy. Alright, let's get to some killing here. I'm considering creating a kill zone on the fence. But I would rather not. Oh, look at that. They're even coming from the other side. Yeah, I thought this side was relatively clear, but no, there's still stragglers. Yeah, look at that. I'm tempted. I'm gonna go toot again after these two. Slow shambles. You got a leather jacket on you, ma'am. Gladly take that from you. Do a little more toot, shall we? Well, actually, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have a bite to eat real quick. A bit preemptive, but I'd like to get it out of the way now. And by the time we're done eating, our endurance is back. Now we do a little toot. That's gonna bring the Hordes of Hell upon us once again. That's all we need is just a little bit of toot. Toot. It'll bring all the zombies to your yard. And they'll be like... Oh boy, that actually... okay, so that brought a little bit more than I wanted. Not from the north, but from the east. Or from the west, rather. I'm not good with cardinal directions. Okay, we're going. That's too many. Too many fast shamblers at once. I'm going to translocate to the other... We also got the wrong selection of music playing right now. I don't know how many of you are big fans of the Zomboid music. I am. I love it. The combat loop for this particular track, it's called Determination. The combat loop for this track has been ruined for Build 42. And the devs have not fixed it. Build 42 has been out since December. The devs haven't even looked at it. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to turn off the in-game music, and I'm just going to play Determination myself. Where's the... Here we go. PZ, Determination. It's a beautiful song. I love this song. I just hate it when the loop butchers it. Where are we going? We're going to... It's a 4-minute and, like, 20-something song. It's beautiful. See, they've lost interest, but now we can regain it. All we gotta do is a little strategic toot. Oh, Dr. Doom does as he pleases. That was a noise puppet reference. I don't know if anybody will ever understand that one. Very obscure joke. Such a beautiful song. I can't believe they crunched the loops down from 4 minutes to 6 seconds. That's how much they butchered it. Imagine taking a 4-minute song and reducing it to 6 seconds. It's a crime against music. Starting to get exerted. I think I can still handle these, but it's gonna be edgy. Nope. That's a negative. It's too many fast shamblers at once. They are different dangers based on their speeds. Knowing when to fold them is half the reason people survive in this game. See, I'm still combat effective at stage 1 exertion because I'm using a really good short blunt weapon, and I'm level 7 short blunt. But even I, at that point, cannot handle the group of four fast shamblers at once. And I'm getting close to stage 2 exertion. Oh yeah, absolutely. I err towards flight, to be honest. It's like this situation, this is painful to look at. For somebody who's close to stage 2 exertion, and you don't have any ranged weapons, you're just basically melee. But these slow shambies are easy to manipulate for speed. And just give them the old 1-2. Oh, you bitch. Wasn't... No! I was not expecting her to get up. That was a bit. And I'm about to hit stage 2. So what that means is I don't want them following me back to my base. So I'm actually going to do a bit of a roundabout. At stage 2 exertion, I can still kill individual zombies, but I'm not pushing it. I'm just going to kind of do a bit of a roundabout and find somewhere safe to sit down. Got plenty of daylight left to kill more of them. This field feels safe. Alright, blocked line of sight to the south. Otherwise, I'm good. Let's see who catches up to me. Dunzo. Must be Washington, because I'm Dunzo. Alright, we're back at it. Just in time for the music. We are gonna have to... Some of these assholes just running off into the woods. I'm not gonna aggro any of them directly there. We'll just take these guys. Then we'll expect the rest will come from south and west. I'm going to stage a replacement weapon, just in case this thing breaks. Hey, look at that. Short blunt 8. That's a nice hat. Oh, it's green. Never mind. I'm always on the lookout for a pitch black hat. If I ever find one, I'll let you know. Almost cleaned this up. Not bad. We just got fatigued, too. Not bad. Not bad. It's been a pretty long day. We have killed almost just a little over 400 zombies in the past couple of days. And there's still so many left. We haven't gotten anywhere near the 3rd floor. Oh, we've stuck our head in the door and gotten near the stairwell. And that's as close to the 2nd floor as we got. Which means the 3rd floor hasn't even spawned yet. So we've got a lot of zombies left to kill. This is Ekron, ladies and gentlemen. It's probably second only to the Rosewood Prison in terms of extreme high population outside of Louisville. You want to find really high population targets without going to the extreme saturation of Louisville, then Ekron is that's your destination right there. Lovely, lovely song. I'll never forgive the devs for butchering it. Imagine just taking a 6-second bit of that song and just listening to nothing but that for like 5 minutes straight. It's so painful. It's so painful. And just so that you know that the devs don't play their own game enough, when this was reported, the fact that Determination was butchered, like just completely butchered, is almost unlistenable for people who do combat for very long periods of time. When that was reported, the one of the moderators on Reddit was like, "Can you describe what you're talking about?" And it's like, dude, do you not play your own game? Like, it's... short blunt weapons. What can we craft? Okay, so if you want to craft your own short blunt weapons, start out carving. Carving is a glorious, only costs 2 trait points to get a +2 in it. And what you can do with carving is, I'll show you the craft menu here. We've got, as soon as you get to level 2, you can craft medium handles. Now, medium handles are meant to be built for tools, but if you need a weapon in a pinch, a short blunt weapon that gets you, short blunt experience, medium handles, you can carve them 6 at a time from a plank. So one plank that you get from you get 3 planks from a log, up to 4 logs from a tree. You can get tons and tons of medium handles. They'll break a little bit faster, but they'll get you short blunt experience. Now, when it comes to actual powerful weapons, you kind of lose out until you get to short bats. So at crafting or carving level 7, you get short bats. Short bats are just they're God's gift to short blunt. You can put them on both your back and your belt. Now and they're also a platform for upgrading. So short bats are one of the weapons that you can just pound nails into and get a nail spike short bat. The last time I did this area, Ekron, I lost my expedition vehicle because I had no idea how many zombies were out in front of the community college there. I lost my expedition vehicle because I parked it out front and I honked a few times. I was like, oh, there'll probably be a couple hundred tops. Little did I know. I had to spend 3 weeks to get my vehicle back, just fighting a ground war. I ran out of all the weapons I brought with me when that happened. But the only way I was able to sustain that effort was short bats. I just picked up some planks, carved them into short bats, broke up some furniture, got some nails, pounded them into the short bats, and nail spike short bats will take you a long way. Honestly, there's very few weapons that are better than nail spike short bats. There's fewer that are better than there are that are worse. Some of the best short blunt is maces. So if you do a search for mace, you go to all, you can see that there's assemble mace and then there's assemble stone mace. Stone mace head is a level 8 masonry craft. So if you take a construction worker who starts with a +3 to short blunt and +2 to masonry, and you add the carver trait to it, it gives you a +2 to carving, you can get to the point where you can make stone maces, which that's what I'm using currently. They're the second best short blunt weapon in the game currently. In fact, the only reason that metal maces are better than them is because they last longer. They don't actually do more damage, they just last longer. So you can grind your way to masonry level 8 and carving level 7 kind of fast, as long as you have the necessary tools and just a lot of materials to blow, which, that was something I did in one of my earlier streams. I think that was part 5, part 6. Several parts in, but yeah. Oh yeah, short blunt is glorious. I just love it. And I think it is time for me to sleep. Yeah, right about there. But yeah. So if you're trying to craft the short bat, well, first of all, it's a build 42 thing. So if you don't have build 42, then that's short bats were not in build 41 if I can recall. If they were, I don't know if we could ever craft them. But in build 42, what you need to get is level 7 carving, which you can gain a lot of experience in carving by just cutting down trees and then just using whatever carving recipes you have on the branches and saplings and stuff that fall on the ground after you cut a tree. So I'm just going to go ahead and read a book here, and I'm going to have a drink of water IRL, because I'm starting to see that debuff pop up. Yeah, so it's in build 42. There's not a recipe that you have to learn. It's just you have to get level 7 carving, which is not the easiest thing to do, but if you have the trait carver, you'll blow through it. And if you have the books, honestly, the books are pretty good too. Even without carver, if you have the books, you'll get there pretty fast. All right, I'll be right back. Oof. folks watching, I appreciate you bearing with me. Just had to transfer some liquids, IRL, from one container to another. Where are we at? 3:20? We could fast forward a little bit. Finish out the night. You know it's a good temporary base when you can remember exactly where the bed is in the pitch blackness. That is, well, in this particular house, it's really easy because it's just, you know, top corner. And you can still at least see walls in the dark. Let us refill some milk here. I actually will continue to carry around this pot with me, just in case I happen to get really lucky in the field and find some more ingredients. Holding that welding torch because I want to. And I'm just going to go ahead and put the mask on now. Nobody cared who I was till I put on the mask. BEA beautiful. Alright. We rolling. Would be nice to find some more gasoline somewhere. I'm a simple man. I like gunpowder, dynamite, explosives, gasoline. Probably the parking lot is one of the best resources, but the parking lot's a little crowded at the moment. Turn the music back on. I can't remember. Yeah, let's turn the music back on for now. If they play the termination again, then I'll turn it right back off. I cannot tolerate it anymore. It hurts so much to listen to. Look how they massacred my boy. One of the reasons you don't see very much pile action up here is mostly because the trees. I mean, honestly, the trees interrupt me more than anything. If I see something coming out from in between the trees, I don't always feel like waiting for it to come to me, because it'll disappear on one side of the tree and come out on another. I'd much rather just keep visual track of everything for as long as possible. Ah, look at that. Look at that. Asshole from our 6. Deal with you first. Bitch. I don't like flankers. You go first. Where were we? We were at 2,400 as of yesterday. We are 2,600, so we're doing pretty much 200 zombies a day at this rate. Or, where are we at 200? We might have been at 2,600 yesterday. Honestly, I don't usually pay attention to my kills so much. I'm mostly just curious how many zombies are actually in this community college. Because the total is a subject of interest to me. It makes sense we're seeing a lot of slow shamblers, because the fast ones are definitely the ones that would have heard our earlier honks. These slow ones probably lose interest easily. so we're wearing the mask, and yet we're still getting tier 2 bad smell. Which means... well, nothing really. I mean, as long as we don't get the tier 3 bad smell while we're wearing the mask, then we can still do tailoring and electrical disassembly and all that. But if we get to tier 3 even with the mask, that's where you're reaching what I like to call the Louisville problem. Right? Louisville isn't necessarily dangerous because of how many zombies they are, but also because of how condensed they are. You kill them all in certain areas, and the bad smell just adds up so quickly, your character starts getting sick and will just never get unsick, just because of how many corpses there are. I've never even been to Louisville, and I can tell you that for 100% certain. Just because I've been around that many zombie corpses enough by now. Somebody posted a very neat map on Reddit where they calculated the population of zombies in cells, and like Louisville had an average of about 1,200 zombies per map cell, and that was only the ones that like spawned so that they could be seen from outside. The ones that were inside that hadn't spawned in yet, those could total much more than just 1,200 per tile. When I say tile, I mean like cell, like region of 40 by 40 tiles. Forget exactly how big cells are. Have us a drink. I step away from the piles when I drink because I have to take the mask off. Feather my sickness so it doesn't build up too fast. See, we're at like 5 sickness, right? You don't notice a debuff until you're at 25. So we're still definitely not at a point where it's a problem. But we're slowly getting there. Another slight fringe benefit to killing them all in one pile is if the pile actually gets to the point where it's no longer tolerable even with a mask, I'll just go to another pile. That's all you gotta do. Oh no, a spooky sound. I still don't like fighting in this area because of all the trees. The trees can go fly a kite. Now, here's a funny thing. I pointed this out earlier, but just in case you weren't here, you got a zombie here who's stuck on the 2nd floor, and something about the zombie's pathing mechanics makes him think that he can get to us. All he's got to do is keep walking in this direction. Like, you know, there's supposed to be a mechanic for zombies to toss themselves out of windows. It ain't working for this guy. He's been up there for a few days now. He's just constantly walking towards that couch. Must suck to be him. Now, I have done a little bit of fighting inside so far. I've always fallen back pretty quickly. Because as soon as you get to the stairway here to the 2nd floor, that's when you start... I can already hear them. I can hear them upstairs. They are... We have not cleared the 2nd floor by any measure.
Hey!
That's going to bring, like, at least half a dozen, if not more. I think this room is done. Most of the ground floor actually probably is mostly done. It's just a question... Oh, no, not even close. Not even close. Because the north half of this place, like the food court. I just thought of the food court. There's going to be... there's still going to be many in the food court. Possibly up to 100. And here's the thing about this place. If there's still some on the lower levels, and you're, like, say, on the 3rd floor, they'll come up to you. Like, it doesn't matter that you can get to the 3rd floor without them aggroing. They'll fucking come. If you walk around, they will come. I don't even know where that is. There, oh yeah, there we go. The other side of the friggin'... This flashlight I'm using is the angle-headed flashlight. Possibly one of the single most useful items in the game. Once you have some Alice webbing to attach it to. All I gotta do is hit a button, and I get light. Fuck! That spooked me. Very rare for things in this game to spook me right now. Nope. We peacing out. If it seems like I'm bailing out a little fast, yeah, 100%. I do not ever want to get into a situation where there's a fair amount of them surrounding me from the inside from multiple directions. I will walk back outside and tank them out here as many times as it takes. I'm a patient man. A little too patient, if you ask me. Takes a lot of patience to play this game on default vanilla Apocalypse. And I can't even handle default vanilla Apocalypse. There's a reason I'm using these UI mods. I can't handle it. This game without a stat bar, I can't handle it. It pisses me off too much. It would be bad for my longevity. I would be at a greater risk of stroke if I played this game without a stat bar. Just the sheer number of things that you don't know that the devs are deliberately withholding from us. This thing right here, this stat bar, this should be in the default game. I've said that since I first started playing this game. The first time I got an exertion noodle, I was like, wait a minute, where the hell is your character's stamina meter? When I very first started playing this game, I didn't see a stamina meter. I didn't think stamina was a thing. I was like, okay, there's no stamina bar. That's great. A game without a stamina bar? Fantastic. Little did I know. How little did I know. No. The game is just deliberately withholding that information from you. Like, honestly, that... stuff like that just makes me feel like we're in a very antagonistic relationship with the developers of this game. Just constantly negotiating for things to not be too miserable. I've been thinking about this a lot, because I actually just posted to the Steam forums about this. Like, at what point does your bullshit-o-meter just be like, okay, I need to install a mod or something to deal with this, because it's just too tedious without it. I mean, I had that threshold, apparently. I didn't think about it too much in that terms, but, you know. My friends who got me into this game, who probably regret getting me into this game because I've been an absolute addict. My friends who got me into this game have a much lower tolerance for the bullshit of this game, and pretty much refuse to play it without a collection of mods. You know, like the common sense mod, that's a big one, everybody likes that. There's other things though, like the shopping cart mod. That's almost a mandatory for the homies, as it were. I mean, I can't blame them. It's a fantastic mod. The only reason I wouldn't want to use it right now is, well, build 42 unstable. I feel vindicated installing UI mods because they're not going to break the game. I don't care how many times Beard rejects my bug reports. It's not my fucking stat bar. I have opinions about some of the devs on who collect bug reports, but there's a reason that they don't accept bug reports with mods. I understand the reason behind it. They're following the rule, and the rule exists for a reason. They're also not really thinking about the spirit of the rule, right? The no bug reports, the no modded bug reports rule exists for, you know, people who are getting item errors when they've added a mod that adds items to the game, right? The stat meter just reads some values and draws them on screen. You know, if I was getting a draw error, like a draw call crash to desktop or something like that, like something that pointed to it being a UI mod problem, I would understand completely why they would reject my bug report. But they don't. Like, granted, Buscemi actually did point out one thing. There is a possibility that even the simplest UI mod can create a memory leak, and the Java memory pool, just in general, is already so terrible that, you know, any memory leaks in this game will cause crashes to desktop eventually, if they get out of hand. The devs are usually pretty ruthless about tracking them down because of how bad they can get. That's just a problem with Java. That'll never get fixed. That will never be fixed. I'll be impressed if Java can ever handle more than 2 gigabytes of just memory without just imploding. That actually does make me curious exactly what... I don't know. So there's about 14 gigabytes reserved by the game, but if I saw a breakdown, if I was able to break it down based on exactly how much of that was just assets being loaded externally versus the Java code base, that would probably be almost all the assets. I mean, the game doesn't even use compression. Everything is stored directly on the disk. It's a little bit embarrassing if you ever look at the save files. The save files, every single map tile is its own file. So, me who has explored most of the map, my save files are about, what are they at currently? They're close to half a gigabyte. And they're about 120,000 files, because every single frickin' map cell is dumped to the disk. In multiple forms now, because there's every map cell's got to have an animal count, an A-pop, in addition to the Z-pop for zombies. I wonder if we'll have an N-pop when NPCs get added back to the game. Alright, let's sweep on the west side here. Let's see what the fenced area looks like. Oh dear. It's the first time I've broken a stone mace in this particular character. Stone mace head still has about 30% of its durability, so it is still a relatively viable weapon. Short bat that I built it with is done. And I already had a backup stage, so I was pretty much ready for it to break. So we are still going strong. I made a total of 6 before I left, so we've only broken one of the 6 weapons that we've set aside for this expedition, so we're fine. I think we've killed more than 1/6 of the total zombies, but I don't actually know. You know, one of the things I actually wish is that my zombie kill count was on screen somewhere. Because I have all of my runs for build 42, everything I've done since 42.0.2, I've recorded all of them. Like, I have the visual footage, but because I usually keep skills on screen as opposed to character info, I don't actually see the kill count. So, that's an unfortunate thing. I'm gonna go and toot the metalworking horn again. Is there any gas in this thing? It's locked. Let's fix that. Ooh, is this a survivor zombie? They've got a tool on their person. That usually indicates they're a survivor zombie. I need to remember that, because I want to check their corpse. Survivor zombies usually have backpacks with books in them. Wasn't expecting to see one inside the place. Alright, I don't need to do this for just a couple of zombies. That said, this guy had scissors. Yes, please. Finding scissors in zombies is really good for your field tailoring. I carry scissors with me, but using some I've found in the field is more convenient. Such a silly, silly bug. Alright. We are checking the trunk of this thing. That's what I wanted to look at real quick. Aha! A free gas can and a fountain cup. Yes, please. Always down for another fountain cup. Look at that, another survivor zombie. This is a spear on his back? Yeah. It's just a fire-hardened spear, so it's not that good. But it's not bad. I don't even think I can make a fire-hardened yet. Looks like the group of survivor zombies are the ones with the wacky hair. They have different groups when it comes to survivor groups. My favorite is the law enforcement / military group. Every once in a while you'll see a group of zombies with a bunch of them will be cops and a bunch of them will be soldiers. They'll usually be carrying around some good weapons. And I've noticed very commonly they'll have military backpacks, at least one throughout the group. Sometimes they'll even have the man-pack radios. That's only really a thing you would want if you were kind of doing multiplayer and LARPing a little bit. Alright, gas check. No gas. Gas check. No gas. Gas check. No gas. Gas check. No gas. That's Project Zomboid for you right there. 100% of every vehicle has already had the gas stolen from it. It's the first thing people do when the apocalypse starts. Steal your neighbor's gas. Am I going insane? No. As long as you're within range of the vehicle, you should be able to see. I've pulled a significant enough group now. I'm actually not even going to toot the horn. Right? Yeah, I'm not even going to toot the horn. There are plenty enough coming my way. I'm just going to have a drink of cow's milk and wait for them to come to me. Man, it sucks so much that I never found the next firearms book. I would really love to be able to shoot them as they come over that fence. Oh, that's the corpse list is going off screen. It's funny.
Hey!
See, one thing 7 Days to Die has always done right is from the very beginning they had bows and arrows. That's like one of the most basic bitch projectile weapons anybody in a zombie apocalypse scenario would want to come up with. Sure, it might be pretty hard because with zombies you gotta destroy the brain, right? So it might be pretty hard to nail a shot in the eye or something. Probably pretty hard. But if you hit them in the legs, break a tendon, they can no longer walk, you turn them into a crawler. All kinds of options if you have just something that does not cost brass bullets and gunpowder, which you're never going to get more of. No way to build them. That's why the devs have... Fuck! Thought I had that guy. That's why the devs have been so slow at adding bows and arrows. They don't want to give us more options. They don't want the game to become... I wouldn't call it easier, but they don't want us to have more options. I don't want to know exactly how many arms had to be twisted for them to add the webbing to give us more slots on our action bar. That probably required a lot of convincing for some people. Some people on the team. That's the funny part is there's no name to it, right? There's no Joel Hunick for the Fun Pips. I have no idea. I have no idea which particular dev on Indie Stone is the one that's trying to keep everything miserable. Probably more than one of them, but still. You can tell that not all of them feel that way because otherwise they never would have been brought on board. I'm pretty sure webbing used to be just a mod. Cannot remember exactly, though. This green sweater guy who almost nailed us, this one right here, I think that was a pushback. I think that was a pushback. A pushback that So I like to never have to rely on that. You know, if a zombie grabs you, you've already made a very massive mistake. A zombie should never be able to grab you. You have too much movement control options available to you in this game. But in that particular case, I think the zombie grabbed me. I think I pushed it back. I would have to check the footage to be sure, but that was, yeah, made a mistake. One that could have costed me my life. Heart is still thumping just a little bit from that. There's no way we've cleared this area. Not a chance. See, even if we have, all we got to do is take one peek around this corner and the food court will still be packed with them. So, in fact, in that spirit, I'm going to find this vehicle. This vehicle has a key in the ignition, but nothing else in it. That's funny. As long as the battery still works, though. As long as the battery still works, you got a functioning horn. And so that will pull some of them from the food court. I don't know how many, but we'll... Also, look at that. There's still plenty inside to spill out. Plenty, plenty, plenty. I'm only going to do, like, one toot from a vehicle over here. Because that's all I need. Because the ones that are spilling out, coming around the corner now... Shit. We've only got about 7 fatigue left to work with, so we'll only be at this for another... maybe 8 minutes. I mean, that's... I think fatigue is almost about 1 minute. Maybe a little bit less. Maybe a little bit more. I don't think it's like hunger. You build up 1 hunger per minute. Because you build up 60 hunger a day, and the day length is an hour. No, we still got some from the east and the north over on this side. So I'm gonna do just a little bit of cheating. Well, if you consider this cheating. I'm going to pull up the B42map.com, and I just want to see... Do a perimeter check. I think might be one on my 6. Once I deal with these, I'm going to take a quick look, see exactly where the bookshelves are. I think they're closer to the south side of the campus than they are the north, but I can't exactly remember. It's been so long. So long as in, you know, a month and a half, but in Zomboid years, that's a long time. I knew it. I knew there was one behind me. Sneaking her way around that friggin'... It's always the assholes with the green sweaters. It's like a friggin' assembly line. As long as you don't get flanked. Gotta have eyes in the back of your head for that. That's a very pretty green. I like that. That might be better than my current sweater. I'm very big on collecting the random color-generated items that you can't manually define when you start a new character. This guy right here, on the very edge. Here he is. This hoodie. I think it's a match. I think it's a match for a military backpack. Let me look. Ooh, that's close. Oh no, I'm still wearing the leather jacket. Unequip that real quick. Ooh, that's close. Look at that. That's very close. It's just off by like a few RGB values, but it's close. It's closer than my other one. I have a new jacket as long as it doesn't have holes, does it? Oh no, it has 2 holes. That's fine. I'll be able to fix it someday. My last character, I got to level 8 tailoring before I hit the 1 year mark. And at this rate, I'm even better at level tailoring now than I am before. So I might be level 8 tailoring within 2 or 3 more streams here. It all depends on what books I find. Okay. I'm gonna take a drink of water, and then I'm gonna loot those specific zombies that had stuff on them. That one there with the duffel bag. And there was another one with a backpack that was a survivor zombie. A hammer on his belt, and I think an improvised glass shiv. This way, sir. Into the pile you go. This... Okay, so he had a sawed-off double-barrel shotgun with 1 round left in it. Yeah, I'm coming. Hey, at least we got more cooking options now. Come on over here, take a seat. My name's Chris Hansen. To catch a zombie. Look at that, look at that! We tooted the one horn, and we drew a little congregation up there. Okay. I don't have enough fatigue to deal with that. I got 2 points of fatigue left. God help me if I did not have a stat meter to know that. You see, most people in real life generally have a tendency to understand how tired they are, especially once the adrenaline has faded, right? You know, in a combat situation, you usually have adrenaline that comes along. In Zomboid, what adrenaline should be is a diminishing return buff that happens when you get panicked. It should completely erase certain debuffs for a short period of time, and then they come back. That's how the game should play if it wanted to be realistic. But you see, adrenaline is a realistic thing that would benefit the player, and we can't have that. No, we can't have anything that benefits the player. Absolutely not. How could you even suggest such a thing? This is Project Zomboid. We can't open doors with crowbars around here. This fucking game. I can't blame the game. It's the devs. The devs do this to us. They do not want us to have a good time playing their game on the default settings. They don't. I mean, they leave mods open, which is to their credit. If they were trying to make it so we couldn't mod this game, nobody would play this game. I wouldn't be playing it. Nobody else would be playing it. But because they understand that other people do not have a tolerance for that bullshit, but still want to enjoy a fun game. They, to their credit, I suppose. But for those of us who actually 98% try to engage honestly with the game as it is, without modding it very much, boy, howdy, we're in for a bad time. We're the devs whipping boys, I guess you could call us. But that's alright. I've endured far worse than that in real life, so I can take it. I'm fine. This is nothing. Try dating a girl from Miami-Dade. This is nothing compared to that. Alright, I'm gonna read a book. Get some sleep. We got a lot more zombies to kill tomorrow once we get the fatigue back. Oh, God, yeah, they do. They absolutely want us to suffer. Now, okay, so they want us to suffer just enough so that we won't quit. That's really what they want. The devs do not want us to quit. And you can tell that by the way that when a certain number of people yell at them over stupid shit they do, they will roll it back. Like Muscle Strain. That's a perfect example. When Muscle Strain first came out, 42.0.2, you could not do a weapon type. Like, you could not do it if you didn't have a starting bonus to it. Now me, I was lucky. I only ever play Construction Worker, so even when I first started Build 42 back in the early days, I had a +3 to Short Blunt. So Muscle Strain has not even been a problem for me back when it was a problem for everybody. But the people who, again, Short Blunt is the only weapon class you can start with a +3 in. Every other weapon class, the best you could ever hope for is a +2. And apparently people who like Long Blunt and who like axes, that's how when the devs fuck with axes, that's when their player base really gets angry. Like, axes are like eponymous for this game. I don't really do them myself because I have better ways to spend my trait points, but axes are sort of the meme, right? If you mess with axes, you mess with everybody playing Project Zomboid. I mean, you know, even me, I don't use them primarily for combat, except to level them, but I notice it whenever they fuck with them because I use them as tools. Oh well. I have a limited amount of complaining I can do about the devs before people get tired of it, so I'll put a can in it for now. I know not everybody enjoys just constantly trashing the devs, but they need it sometimes. Gotta check their ego. See, on Steam and on their website, they hardly ever listen to anybody. Oh, I'm not done yet. I need to take my armor off, because I'm miserable. Character is miserable, rather. There we go. As long as that debuff keeps showing up. There we go. Apparently, I can research a craft recipe from an elbow pad. There's no way the devs are going to let us make our own elbow pads, right? What does this teach me? Holy shit. They actually added elbow pads you can make yourself. What does it require? Medium leather sinew thread. I have no idea how to make that. I'm assuming it's from sinew. I've gotten some of that from butchering. Fascinating. Well, this means we actually have brown elbow pads, which, okay, cool. One of the things that always pissed me off about elbow pads in this game, or elbow and knee pads, there's a limited number of colors. There's like 3. And there are random generated colors, but they're so exceedingly rare. In 200 hours on my previous run, I only found like 2 sets. And they were both horrible matches for the gear I wanted to wear them with. Oh yeah, we're a little bit past here. We sleeping again. Well, 1 second. I wanted a drink, but I forgot my straw. Okay. So we're losing out on a little bit of happies here. We're down to 84. At that rate, I will become depressed. Well, not depressed, but a little sad. Not long from now. Like, I think in the middle of the day today. So, I'm going to preempt that now, and I'm going to read a comic book. Comic book is worth 20 happies. I don't need a full book, like a hardcover book, like this one here that I got. Hardcover book is worth, I think, 40 happies. Gotta get my happy points back. And that might be half of the reason the devs don't have a stat meter in the base game, because they don't want people to think of the moodles in terms of happy points and sad points. That's what the game is under the hood. You know, obscuring it from us doesn't change the fact that that's what it is. Just because we don't see it. Crap. I hate it when I accidentally close the inventory. Okay. We are off for another day of killing. We're up to 2,700, so I think that was a total of about 150 kills yesterday. Pretty good rate, considering we only use melee. If I was a firearms expert, I probably could have killed more by now. I also probably would have pulled way more than I can chew by now. See, I remember I had a shotgun when I came here last time. I went to the second floor of this place. I used the stairwell as a choke point. I blew all the shotgun ammo I had, and they just kept coming. There was a pile, probably about this size, at the base of one of the stairwells. And I just ate up, I think I had a whole box of shotgun ammo, 25 rounds, or 25 shells. And just, they're gone. Absolutely gone. I never even emptied my inventory, so I actually still have a sawn-off shotgun with a single shot in it. Not that I really think I'll use it too much, but I suppose if I run inside and use it as a noisemaker, that's actually not a bad use. I'll hold on to it, keep it for that. Oh, look at that. Look at that. We pulled some friends. She'll come over here, take a seat, huh? Oh, I love this track. Easily my second favorite behind Determination. This one's called Overrun. Alrighty, folks, time to wake up. Have a little sip of cow's milk while I'm waiting for him. Not as many as before. Might need to do another little toot up of the no. It's these trees, man. I can't tell because of the trees. There could be a huge crowd of them over there. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. Now, if there is a huge crowd of them, then they're going to be a lot of slow shamblers. I'm thinking another toot. Perhaps after this group. There is also a gas station. Basically on the other side of the road there is a gas station. Not that I have a generator to power it with. So this is why the fence is useful, not because I like to drop kill them on the fence, but because I can hear them when they're coming from all angles, and it slows them down. Very, very useful little thing. When we start clearing our way towards the gun store, we'll see the same effect. There's a house right around the corner from the gun store. It's got a nice little white picket fence. Oh yeah, lots of, well, not even that much, just some slow shambies. Let's pick up that backpack I was thinking about before. Hello, you got a small backpack with jack shit in it. Damn it. You're supposed to be a survivor. No wonder you died. Your backpack had nothing in it. Imagine if my backpack had nothing in it. I'd probably die too. Well, maybe not, but... That's a nice... Oh, it's just a police hat. Okay. I'm excited there. I don't even know why I need this backpack. It's got nothing in it. Beautiful. You have them hiding in the step van's blind spot. No, okay. See, this step van, probably in a good position to honk the horn, but the driver's side door, look at this. If there's a zombie right here, I would never know. That's vehicles for you. Don't ever park facing the north. See how many of them spill out of the gates here. I'm sure there's still plenty. I remember saying at one point I was going to take a look at the map. I've already forgotten. I want to identify exactly where all the stairwells are. Look at that. Is that another survivor? I don't know. No, that's just a pretty shirt. Never mind. I saw what looks like could be Alice Webbing. Asshole over here just stopped. I feel very exposed in this area because they could come at me from, I don't know, like a 270-degree cone here. I like to have a clean angle of approach. It's one of my strongest principles in this game. If you don't have a clean angle of approach, everything is messy. See? Look at that. 270-degree angle of approach. Painful. But I can tolerate it, I guess. For now. If it gets reduced any further. Okay. It's not so bad. The gates are still spilling. It's much slower than it was before. It's from a tidal wave down to a trickle. But it's still steady. Cool looking hat. I might take that hat. United Shipping Logistics. Neat. It had like some bright blues on it and a little bit of red. Jeez Louise, it's almost midnight. Okay, so I actually have to work tomorrow. My day job is 5 a.m. to 2 p.m. So I'm kind of used to doing it on a low amount of sleep, but usually I'd be winding down for sleep right now. I'm just kind of throwing myself off a little bit at the moment. I think I'll do the rest of today, but after today, after this day in game, I probably will have to call the stream for tonight. But we'll see. I'm not as young as I used to be. I definitely cannot pull all-nighters as easily as before. I used to be able to pull all-nighters like nothing. Perks of being an amphetamine addict who likes to have high quantities of caffeine in the mornings. Usually you can handle the all-nighter without breaking a sweat. If I was one of the kind of people who just, you know, most people really, who just kill zombies all over the place with no regard for where the corpse goes, I probably might have cleared this place already, honestly. The time expenditure that I'm going through right now is pretty high, but it's like setting up a nice row of dominoes. When they fall, it will be very satisfying. And that's basically when I finish reading the tailoring book, and I go nuts on doing tailoring from the corpse piles. I don't even know if I want to go in there. These columns right here, I hate these columns. They're positioned right in front of the doors, so they block your line of sight looking in from the doorway. This place is strategically designed to fuck with you. Plenty of that in Zomboid.
Hey!
There's another cop. Oh, you know what? Now that we're seeing cops and punk zombies, okay, that means we're not seeing a survivor zombie event. We're just seeing a criminal event. The dudes with the mohawks, with the backpacks, with the weapons, they were just criminals. They weren't survivor zombies. Much ado about nothing. I was expecting to see a little more after that yell. Alright, you know what? I'm going to have a drink of milk, and then I'm going to take a look at the map. Alright, so this is the place. Hello. You took your time. Go over here, get rid of the smell. Can I? There we go. Alright. That one hasn't even seen me yet. Okay. So this side... Hello. So we have one inside and to the left. And then we have another, as I expected, facing the other side. The one we've been chipping away at even longer than this one. Another funny thing is it's the 22nd now. And honestly, I'm getting a little bit more worried about my crops. I hate having to think about that, because I don't like agriculture in this game. I really don't like it. But I went through the effort of planting it, and it doesn't look like it's going to fuck me like it used to. So there is a part of me that just wants to load up on books from this place and then just head back to Riverside. Don't know if I'll be able to do that in this particular stream. We might need to have a part 2 to Ekron. I mean, I was honestly, if my 42.7 run was a live stream, then Ekron would have been like, I don't know, a 6-part stream, because if only because of the sheer fact that I lost my expedition vehicle to this place. Interesting. So the cafeteria, there's still going to be a ton of them. There's still going to be a ton of them in that direction. But we've almost... Yeah, we've actually unified our kill corridors from the inside. So we're making good progress. We're actually making really good progress. Much better than I did last time. Hell kind of community college has a group shower. Just right there in the entrance hallway. It's an interesting place. I guess it's because it's near the gym. Alright, so our target is the 3rd floor. Let's take a look at the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor... Oh no! You gotta be kidding me. I could have swore it was on the 3rd floor. No, the 3rd floor is just a couple of lecture halls. Okay. I just completely misremembered that. I'm okay with that. Because that means it's inside and right around the corner. Let's take a look. I think I can handle a single staircase. Let's find out, shall we? Those couldn't be my last words. Okay. I don't know if you guys hear that. It's really subtle. I heard like 20 zombie sounds. So the 3rd floor is spawning in now. Here's the library. If I start looting it, I can almost guarantee you that ones that are still upstairs will come moseying on over, like these assholes here. I'm gonna lead them out of the, okay, here we are. Enough daylight here to find. Ooh, look at that. So, the funny thing about that, you get nimble experience based on how many zombies are around you. There's probably a ton upstairs right now. I'm willing to bet that just by moving around underneath a bunch of zombies, I'm probably getting a lot of nimble experience. That's funny. Oh, it probably counts if they're downstairs, too. That's really funny. I'm actually laughing about that. Fucking... want to say they've nerfed this place, but it does not feel as hard as it did last time. That might just be because I took a very strategic approach to it this time, as opposed to last time when I just pulled up to the front door with my main vehicle and tooted the horn a few times. That was, I may have slightly inflated my memory of this place because of that silly blunder. But all things considered, we have access to the main event now. Look at that. There's even a friggin' ham radio in here. That's cool. Ooh, look at that. Haha, they can't get to me. That type of fence is still impenetrable. I'm sure that the devs will add something to change that soon. I'm hearing a lot of noises that are annoying me. Because it's the sound of zombies tapping on doors. But there was also a couple that I didn't recognize. Hate fighting from the north and the south. I always misjudge the distance. Oh, there, here we go. Now we're talking. I gotta do a battery check. Hate using my flashlight for... Okay, I'm fine. I hate using my flashlight for very long periods of time. Makes me paranoid that it's gonna run out of battery. It's funny how quickly they lose interest. This is why I didn't go nuts looting the library yet, because I knew this was coming. This is what happened to me last time. I caught sight of the objective, and then the third floor spawned in. At least I can take it in nice, manageable chunks now. We might make more progress today than I thought we would. I was not actually expecting to loot today. I was expecting today to be nothing but killing. Okay, so another factor that's making this so much easier than it was for me last time is just I've changed an angle of approach. I'm coming from the south this time. Last time I came from the north. And that changed everything, because the north has like a post office, and the fire station zombies can get out because they can pass to you. And yeah, there's just like, for my other run, there was just nothing but a trail of zombies on the roads to the north. Much more so than this. And I was no less dedicated then to my pile strategy than I am now. And I still... Just the sheer number of piles I ended up with. Why am I hearing noises when I go over here? It bothers me. That probably means there's a couple downstairs that are going to come up the stairs. That's fine. I can deal with that. In fact, I could look outside. The roof of this place is accessible through these windows. Whenever you're on a roof in this game, always right-click and hit walk to, or press Y, the shortcut. Because if a tile cannot be walked on, it will show up as red. Because sometimes in this game, you'll fall through roofs. Nope, everything up here looks stable. That's great. That's, you know, I had the stupidest idea. Being a level 10 carpenter, I would probably get enough nails and planks if I disassembled those tables and just built a staircase coming up here directly to the library. That would be really funny. I might try that sometime in the future. Definitely not this time, because I have already made my way in. But that's a funny thing to consider. You could just build a staircase and instantly get to the main loot event here. Dev's gonna nerf that. They're definitely gonna change these windows here so you can't get through them. Not allowed to have fun. Not while playing this game. Alright. start with our secondary backpack, Charlie, here. I'm just going to dump everything. I'm not going to be discerning about what I loot. I'm already seeing magazines I haven't read, so it's hard to go wrong. The only book I'm actually looking for right now is Tailoring 2. If I see Tailoring 2, that goes, or, yeah, no, Tailoring 3. 2 is, I've already read 2. And I'm not taking duplicates. Definitely sounds like somebody upstairs. I really hate it when you can hear rasping from like upstairs or downstairs. That is not realistic in the slightest, and all it does is completely annihilate my echolocation. Echolocation in this game is great on a single level. As soon as you get to upper second floors and basements, it just completely blows it off. All it does is muffle the... It doesn't change anything about the direction. Muffles it slightly, that's about it. Not very helpful to me. Tailoring 1. Cool. Cooking 4. Ooh, cooking 4. Actually needed that, I believe. I think I had everything. Yeah, I had 1, 2, and 3. That should be this row. Yeah, this row's done. Just do it row by row. Respond anytime we hear zombie noises. Pottery 3. Needed that. Ooh, here we go. Don't need trapping 1, carpentry 1, or butchering 2. Do I need trapping 2? I think I need trapping 2. Let me check my screenshot real quick. No, I have trapping 2. I'm gonna leave that open, and I know I have welding 3. Okay, this row is done. Making great progress. We might get this library by the end of the day. Another welder monthly. Hell yes. Metalworking 1! Yes! Okay. I shouldn't get that excited for a level 1 book, okay? But I have built an entire forge back at my base. Like, I have a fully built forge and everything. But I don't have Metalworking 1. So all I've been able to do is stare at that forge and think about all the experience I could be getting in metalworking. But now I can actually use it, so we've already made amazing progress here. And look at that, even another metalworking magazine. Alright, the secondary hand backpack is full. We're switching to primary. As you can see, we're only halfway done, and we've already filled up an entire military backpack. What I'm going to do... I'm actually just going to take this backpack outside and throw it down outside on the road. I'm not going to try to carry multiple backpacks out at once. You can do that if you have... I have plenty of backpacks. That's not the problem. The problem is I do not ever want to be running through this place with something in my main hand that is not a very powerful weapon. That is that's like asking to get... That's like asking to run into a zombie randomly. So I'm just going to take this backpack full of books and just drop it out here in the middle of the street. So I can drive by, pick it up in my vehicle. And I have 2 more backpacks I can do that with, so we got plenty more space. We're definitely finishing off the library today. Might finish off the science lab too. So the science lab is also has books. Last time I was here, it kind of seemed like a mismatch for the loot table. I'm gonna kill that zombie. I'm gonna put it out of its misery. The one that was stuck. Oh, this is why it's stuck. Look at this. It can't get to me. All 4 of these windows are broken by this one asshole who spawned behind these stupid tables. Can I even reach him? I can't reach him. We can't kill each other. Alright, so here's what I'll do to deal with him. He just must have just spawned there. He must have zombified on that couch. And the zombie that he became lacks the intelligence to jump over tables. So anything, if I were to pick up one of these tables, put it back down, the zombie would be able to hit it. But the devs have, in their arrogance, made it so that zombies are programmed not to start smacking furniture that has not been moved. Only if furniture has been moved by the player will zombies smack it. So this guy literally cannot get out of here. But I'm going to put him out of his misery. I'll pick up this table. And look at that. Now he can reach me. On over here, pal. Good night. Good night, sweet prince. I might just hold on to this table. It's a crafting surface. All I got to do is carry it outside. I'll put it over next to the stairs, along with another one for the 2 big piles we got outside. That way, if I want to come get it later, if I don't find a better crafting surface, I'll just run inside, pick this bad boy up. Now, you see, because I'm putting these down here, because as the player, because I'm putting these down, zombies who come across it will just start hitting it until it breaks. Because anything the player puts down, zombies will smack it. But if the devs put it there, it's part of the map, nah, zombies will just act like it's a immovable object. Ooh. Glassmaking 4. Might even need carpentry 4. No, carpentry 4 got a copy of. Glassmaking 1 got a copy. Tracking 1 and 2. Tracking 2. I'll take it. None of those others. Glassmaking. I do have glassmaking 4. Ah. More skill books for the floor, I guess. Definitely need electrical 4. I remember, because electrical, I've been surprisingly light on this run. I only recently found electrical 1 and 2, like part 6 of this live stream, after like several dozen hours. Only then did I find electrical. I'll take carpentry 2 to complete the set, even though I don't need it. Metalworking. I do not need 3. I have everything in metalworking except 1, which is what I just found. So, I'm good on metalworking. I just found electrical 4, yes. Why am I using my main backpack? I need to be using one of these ugly all-drab backpacks that I would never be caught dead putting on my back unless I had no other choice. I hate olive drab in this game because there's not enough clothing that matches it. I only wear forest camo because forest camo has the most things that match it. There isn't even so I would wear desert camo. Desert camo is actually really good for the summer, but it has high protection with low insulation. Problem is, there's no Alice webbing that matches it. I got a buddy in the military who actually confirmed, no, that's probably a thing. In the 90s, they had a lot of mismatched camo gear that was being issued to troops. So that is actually a realistic thing. Silly, but literally all these I already have. I know I said that I was going to be indiscriminate and just grab everything, but there's a lot of books here. I'm not going to grab something I don't need. Don't need carpentry 3? No. Pro tip, always take a screenshot of your current book collection. In order to get them all in one container, use the trunk of a vehicle. That's what I'm doing. I don't need tracking. I already have a copy of tracking 2 in the other. Yeah, so I don't need any of these either. Right? Carpentry 3, do I need the set? No. Carpentry 5 is the last one I need just so that I can say I have a complete set. I think I got Pottery 5 already? I'm not sure of. Trapping 5, look at that. That was as I said it. And that's the vast majority of the books that I'll ever need. Like, I just completed some of the best collections there. I already have cooking 4, I think. Fuck, now I have 2 copies. Anything I'm not sure of, I will go ahead and just grab another. I found a surprisingly few Masonry books. Getting to Masonry 8 without a single book has been a, I had to break a lot of stones for that. I need fishing 4 or higher. Let's drop that. Getting hungry and thirsty, so we're having to drink. I'm out later than I normally would be, but I mean, we're looting the main event here, so I'm not going to stop just because of a little fatigue. Yeah, all these go on the floor. Ew, more magazines I haven't read yet. Read all those, but that's fine. With magazines that you've already read, you can still use them for crafting purposes, apparently. Never actually done it, but it's possible. I already have 3, 4, and 5 for glass making, so I think I'm complete on glass making. Glass making is one of those things that just has so few things you can actually make with it that you can make like 5 things right now. 4, of course. Yeah, no, I'm completely done on butchering. What about maintenance 1? Do I want to take that just for having it? Yes, actually I do. See, I never even needed level 1 maintenance, like, at all on this character, but I'll take it just to complete the set. Now, I do hear a few zombies. I don't really care where they are at this point. If they have not come to me by now, then they're probably not going to come to me. Unless I, like, make some really loud noise here. I think I already have a copy of Glassmaking 2 in the other backpack, but I'm not going to risk it. I'll take a spare copy if I have to. I hate the way light works on bookshelves. It's so stupid. Like, you have to be looking directly at it. There's no partial lighting for it. Sweet. Now working 3 and 4. I don't think I need pottery. I'm pretty sure I already got 3 in the other backpack, but now I have 2. Not risking it. Erring on the side of more. Tracking 5? Nope, already got it. It was trapping 5 that I need. It's tracking and trapping. They're both useless and they both sound the same. It's metal. Another copy of Metalworking 1. I almost want to take it just so that I can say I have multiple copies of that one asshole book that I couldn't find. Right, that's almost every row. Last row here for the library. So many books I already have. It's actually kind of wild. Not a single copy of Tailoring 3. We might not find it. We might not find it. It is not guaranteed. Remember, 200 hours in my last run. I never found Agriculture 3. It is very possible. Working 5? Well, I got it. I have a surprising large amount of level 4 and 5 books because of all the survivor zombies I ran into. Animal Care 4, Welding 5? Ooh, no, I need Welding 4 and 5. Now just 4. Oh, my library is eating good. Okay, so this library is done. There is still the other whatchamacallit. There's still the science room that's right next to the library. I'll come back for that tomorrow because it is my fatigue is built up to stage 2 now. I am still combat effective, but I don't want to be fighting zombies like this in any quantity. It's just an unnecessary risk, so running back, going to sleep. Tomorrow I'll bring my actual vehicle here. No reason not to. And I'll pick up those backpacks. And we will continue the looting. Didn't have to stay up late reading or anything. We just kept looting until we're almost done. If I wanted to be super efficient with my time, what I would have done is separated the magazines so that I have a lot of magazines in my main backpack. But that's fine. What am I looking for? I'm looking for... taking my helmet off, that's all. So I stop losing happies. We have earned this night's sleep. Very productive day. Alright, midnight activity. We got some magazines. Ah, Murano Glass Manual. So this, between the Murano Glass Manual and the Carlo Crystal Guide, those, I believe, are the two most annoying magazines to find for glassmaking. Like, without one of the two, I think it's literally impossible to level glassmaking in the slightest. But I got them both now, so... we are making some glass. I don't even think I have sufficient vinegar to be jarring anything, but that's probably the most useful aspect of glassmaking right now. You can make as many jars as you need. The big gate for jarring a lot of stuff is vinegar, actually. Like, if you find a few jugs of vinegar, and when you loot the local supermarket, for example, you'll find enough vinegar for maybe a couple dozen jars, tops. You'll never find anything more. Like, I completely emptied Riverside in my previous run, and I only had enough vinegar on hand, like several jugs and several smaller containers, to make a total of, I think it was 45 jars of produce. It's a lot, but it was very limited. Like, you're not going to be doing it eternally. Even though you can make glass, glass jars out the wazoo, you can't actually use them without something that is limited. So all this talk of the devs wanting to make something, you know, for wilderness start people. No. They got a long way to go for that. What did I do with the forging book? Did I finish it already? Imagine losing a book. Maybe I put it with my backpacks. Well, time to sleep again anyway. Ugh, nightmare. Still have 33 fatigue, so I need to sleep again. Fuck. Well, guess I'll dismantle a television. How about that? Not quite light enough. Now it's light enough, right? Nope. Usually around 5 a.m. you get enough daylight, but I guess it's different based on the time of year. How about now? Can I go back to sleep? No, the game's gonna be an asshole. And of course I lost the book I was reading. Lost track of it somewhere. I'm sure it's somewhere. Wow, common Malo goes bad pretty fast. Went from fresh to stale to rotten in just a couple days. Still can't go back to sleep. Ay, Dios míos. That's frustrating. I don't want to start a day at 5 a.m. with 30 fatigue. I'm going back to sleep. I just can't yet. Thank you. Just pass some time. There we go. Another fucking nightmare, are you kidding me? At least I got under... 28 fatigue at 7 a.m. is bad. I don't like it. But I have no choice now because if you don't have 30 fatigue, the game won't let you sleep. Like, at all. You have to be at least 30 fatigue. But 28 fatigue at 7 a.m., what that basically means is that by, like, 6 p.m., I'm going to be tired. Or probably, like 5 p.m. 5 p.m. I'll probably be tired. Which is pretty early. But, whatever. Whatever. The game's going to give me 2 nightmares in a row. Within seconds of falling asleep. That's just mean. It's mean. All right. Book collection can into van. Alright, these 2 full backpacks are going to be like 72, I think. 70 something. We're up to 80 in the trunk, so that leaves us with about 100 encumbrance to work with. I usually like to leave these 2 of my spare military backpacks for hand carrying stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and transition some of this to a garbage bag. But not before I cut the engine, because this thing has a small gas tank. I will not be spending too much gas on a small gas tank. So let's just put magazines into a single garbage bag. Already sorting things out for ourselves in the future here. We have almost an entire garbage bag full of nothing but magazines. That's the power of the Ekron bookshelves. I'm going to go ahead and rid myself of duplicates now. Right? No. These are magazines. Magazines are fine. Duplicates of magazines are... Magazines are potential crafting materials. So, oh Charlie, I want to fill up with nothing but entertainment books. So we start another garbage bag, we transfer the skill books into it. Ah, look at that. We did have a dupe of cooking 4, so I can dump that. Welding 5. And pottery 3, of course. Don't need that. So that means all of our entertainment books go in Charlie. Should be enough room, right? Yeah. Now we have another spare backpack here. That by having that spare backpack, we should have enough room to also loot the fire department here without having to go back to base to dump our loot. So I'm dropping this off. Don't need it. Why am I sad facing right now? Oh, it's stress. It's because I went to sleep at high stress. That's why. Being at high stress reduces your happies. Look at this. Look at this backpack full of comic books I got. Comic books, or how about a paperback? Little Women. That's an alright book. Boom. Happiness problems have been solved. See here. Would really like to get some of this extra crap out of my backpack too. Let's start a third garbage bag for miscellaneous. Oops. electronics, food, spare parts. Don't need any of that on my person right now. I don't really need the shotgun either. I was just holding on to that as a novelty. Guns and ammo I will go ahead and keep separate from the other garbage bags for a moment. Put the pot on the driver's seat. Okay, that does it for loot sorting for the moment. Gear back up. Drink some milk. Okay. I should have refilled cow's milk actually, but that's fine. We're just looting. At this rate, I'm actually just going to use... I'm just going to take straight up garbage bags. Because I don't think I'm going to need to hand carry stuff. Didn't I empty out all these shelves? No? Okay. So, guess I didn't hit the shelf in the middle. Or I missed a spot. It's really depressing to see, like, an entire shelf with 9 skill books in it, and you don't need a single one of them. But there is, like, this one random thing you need. It just doesn't happen to be there. Electrical 1, 2. I do need 3, but I don't... I might already have a copy of it. Whatever. I most likely already have a copy of it. I'm pretty sure I do. I can't keep track of all this shit. This is why I have the screenshot. Because, you know, once you start memorizing whether you have a book or not, that's when your characters start running together. Like my 42.7 character is still very fresh in my mind in that regard. I still feel like in the back of my mind, I'm like, man, I just wish I found a copy of Agriculture 3. On this character, I found it, no problem whatsoever. Not masonry 3 and 4. Well, I needed them both. I probably already have a copy of both. Pottery 4, I think that completes the set. Oh, that should be everything in here. We did miss a spot there and there, but I think, yeah, these bookshelves are done. There's nothing of interest in the janitor closet there. There is, however, science book room, or the science room. The lab, I guess you could call it. Now, there's a possibility we'll attract more zombies if we go in here, but we need everything that's here. I already hear rasping. Alright, I think we're looking at medical supplies. And some other stuff. Definitely going to need another backpack for book here. So book goes in the hand backpack, and non-book goes in my main backpack. Heh, milk! And I just ran out of milk, too, because I forgot to refill. Nice! Nice, nice, nice. Sometimes the game delivers. Fucking rubber duck in here. Bunch of towels and soap. Hello there! I did not hear that guy. What the fuck? How many more of him are there? Silent motherfuckers. Make some noise, would you? Okay, I don't want to be getting too close in that direction, because basically the further we get in that direction, the closer we get to the cafeteria, there's still, like, I don't know, like 100 or some of, easily a couple hundred of them in the cafeteria area that I haven't touched yet. So We're actually kind of taking a risk by being up here in this, because there could be a huge flood of them just coming upstairs at any moment right now. But I'm gonna go take a leap of faith and assume they're only gonna come from this direction. Just a couple. Ain't no thing. I'm getting a little nervous because the frame rate dropped. I'm noticing, like, it's subtle. It's very subtle. Probably hard to notice, especially since this video is only being recorded at the 60. My actual frame rate's a little higher, but I notice that's okay. I can notice frame rate drops up to 144 frames per second because that's what the refresh rate on my monitor is. But I'm pretty sure it was dipping below 60 for a minute there. In any case, any frame drop, just that's how you know there's a ton of zombies in the area. And that makes me concerned we've pulled part of the cafeteria. Like, for all we know, some of these guys we're killing now might be they might be the pinpoint hearing motherfuckers from the cafeteria. Whatever. I'm just gonna keep looting. I'm gonna keep looting and hope that we have not started pulling the cafeteria. Kind of disappointing. I remember there being better stuff. Do I need to take the soap? No. Am I going to take the soap? Yeah. I'm still hearing rasping, which tells me maybe what we're seeing is actually coming downstairs from the 3rd floor. First aid, I do not need 3. Huh. I think I already have trap. Yeah, I already have trapping 1. Only first aid I need is 5. So we're fine. Quote unquote need. If I ever get a character that actually reads first aid 5, I will be extremely impressed. I don't know if I've ever had a character read first aid 2, level 2. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and drink half of this cow's milk. Almost clocked that perfectly. Alright, we're most to the way done with the main event here. Finally got somebody on the other side of that door. I do not need electrical. I got so excited. I saw a tailoring book. I saw a tailoring. It's only 2. We need 3. Ay, Dios míos. But that means we still have a chance. I didn't know exactly what books we could find in this loot table. Now I know there's a chance. So you're telling me there's a chance. We're not going to find it. We're not going to find the exact book we need. It's happened to me too many times in this game. The exact fucking book I need is the one I'm not going to find. I'll go kill that asshole tapping the door. Just a moment. Yep. That's it. This place has been fully... All of the major loot centers have been taken. don't think this room has much more. The teacher... My general rule of thumb when looting, like, an academic place, like a school or even a college, is, like, check the school closet, check the teacher's desk per classroom, and that's about it. It holds well for pretty much every other educational location. Outside of the library, of course, obviously. Always hit the library. What do we got back here? Okay, I'll take some nails. Always useful. Welding rods, pretty rare. Vice grips, I think I already have a pair. Radio is basically a free battery. Wrench is some steel. Random fridge with a beef patty in here. 2-liter bottle. Some tin cans. I actually don't need tin cans anymore. Tin cans were useful for weapons for a short period of time. No longer. So that was a supply closet. Hello. That particular room does not like to have a lot of noise made. Okay. So there are still a few bookshelves, quote unquote, in this place. Let me see if I can give an example. So there are some bookshelves that visually look like bookshelves, but actually don't have book loot. Like this, for example. So what we're seeing here is office loot. Like the kind of loot you would see in the shelves of an office. You're seeing oats, you're seeing mugs, you're seeing coffee, that kind of stuff. Coffee, always useful, but sometimes you will see, like, loot that is, like a bookshelf. You'll see a bookshelf, but it will have loot like this. And it's like, wow. No, they didn't really finish up those loot tables, did they? Or at least, not visually. It doesn't make any visual sense. Why the hell do I visually see a bookshelf with books on it, and yet I see a bunch of random office food stuff in it? Doesn't make any sense to me. But we'll see quite a bit of that if we go to, like, teacher staff rooms or whatever. I'm done here. Am I? I'll check that last bookshelf. There's one more bookshelf I can visually see. I don't know if it's one of the bullshit bookshelves, but I'll check it, then I'm out of here. Because now I'm getting very close to the cafeteria, and I don't really feel like fighting them. Yeah, see, it wasn't a bullshit bookshelf, but it was useless. This right here, this little, I think it's like a frat room, maybe, I don't know. Just a bunch of couches. All the bookshelves in here are bullshit. Like, look at this. We got cereal. We got tea bags. We got milk. Like, sure, I'll take a little bit of tea, but stop showing me bookshelves. There aren't books on these. You look at this. There's no friggin' books. There's a couple magazines, but most of it is just frickin', like, food. It's stupid. It's really stupid. Oh, okay, give me coffee. I'll take coffee. Thank you. I don't hate it, but I'm not going to be fighting for this stuff, right? This is not the kind of stuff you fight a ground war for. In fact, I'm not fighting for this place at all anymore. I'm done here. I am done with this place. Am I? Do I want the bottles? I might take the bottles. I'm very disappointed with this place, if only because I didn't get tailoring too. That should have been a gimme. All the level 3, 4, and 5 books we got. And yet, we just missed that one level 2 book that we don't have. Or, sorry, I keep saying level 2. It's a level 3. Tailoring 3. We actually did find tailoring 2. But no, we need tailoring 3. Can't go any further tailoring without it. Like, we would be gaining, like, we would be gaining less than 1 experience point, where we would be gaining 3 if we had finished the book, so. And I don't think you'll ever find skill books in lockers. I don't think. I don't recall ever seeing a skill book in a locker. Like, you'll see entertainment books. You'll see firecrackers in a locker. You won't see... What's up, asshole? Fucking lunge. Didn't like going around that corner, I guess. Yeah, you'll see comics, you'll see headphones, you'll see random stuff. You will not see a skill book. I'm almost 100% certain of that. Yeah. It almost feels like I'm not doing my due diligence if I don't check, but yeah. I'm not checking every single locker. The same thing that's true of high school lockers is true of college lockers. We're done here. Do I want to capture the... Yeah, I'm going to capture the flag. I always capture the flag. If I see a flag, I capture it. I'm a simple man. Just add them to the collection on my base. My 42.7 base was almost fully surrounded by flags. Alright, so we've made great progress. We haven't found the specific book that I'm looking for, but it's fine, whatever. There's other places to find it. And hearing that alarm go off reminds me that there's still plenty of electrical stuff to harvest from the zombies. And we've read the electrical book, and we have all of them now, so that is not a problem. Yes. I picked up 2 copies of Electrical 3 when I already had one out in the car, so we literally did not come away with a single skill book that we didn't already have. It's fine. I had a feeling that we had exhausted our supply of usefulness from this place once the library was done. There's another one going off. There's another alarm somewhere else. That's funny. Yeah, see, we already did have a copy of 3. But look at that. We've got a full collection of pottery books, aside from 1, which we've already read. Masonry 3. There's my copy of Forging 3. So I can pull that out of there, replace it with something else. So we got a full trash bag. And drop this duplicate here. Right, so we still have a lot of room in the trunk. We did not take up too much room. And there's another duplicate I have. I pulled a lot of duplicates from upstairs, but I'm not mad about it. So I still have almost 100 in the trunk. I think that's more than enough for the fire station. So that's what we're doing next stream. It's well past midnight. It's almost 1 a.m. I want to see if I can get a few hours of sleep tonight. Remember, I work at 5. My job starts at 5 a.m. Eastern. I run a tech support racket, so honestly, we're not getting very many customers at 5 a.m. But we need to have 24-hour support, so somebody's got to do it. And I do technically have to be awake for that, so it is unfortunate, but I do have to get some sleep. We've done good things here, though. We have done very good things. We've gotten the... how many zombies have I killed? I'm up to 2,800, and I started, I think, at 2,200. I think. I would have to rewind the stream to be certain. I don't even remember what it was at the very beginning of the stream. So we've killed at least 600 zombies, and we haven't even touched the food court. So definitely not quite as many zombies as I thought there would be. I'm definitely overinflating my estimate from my experience in 42.7. But significant. Definitely significant. More than you're going to see in any one place in any of the starter cities. Even West Point. Alright, I'm going to dump some of this stuff that I don't even know if I'll need it. So this is sort of a staging area for my loot that doesn't instantly go into the truck. And what I'll do is I'll triage whether I want to take this stuff or maybe, you know, pick and choose what from here that I want to take back with me versus, you know, what I get from the fire department. Almost anything I get from the fire department will be more important than most of what's in here, so we'll play that out as it comes along. I suppose another thing I could do in the college or the university is dismantle electrical stuff for experience. That's a lot of risk for very low reward, though. There's residential loot tables out there just chock full of things to dismantle for electrical experience. Far less risky to do that. But that said, I've also cleared this place. Well, cleared this half of the place, I guess you could say. Things to consider. This copy of Butchering 4 is a dupe, so it can stay here. Everything else, all this other stuff can stay here. Yeah, look at that. It's only 6 p.m. and I'm already halfway to fatigue 2. That's the power of not having a good night's sleep. It is a little early to sleep, but I'm just going to spend the entire night reading and then call it for tonight. So we're coming up on the close here. Let's see if we can finish off Forging 3. Easily. Beautiful. What else are we reading? We're reading, no, we don't actually have a lot to read. Any of this... Oh, we've got magazines. We're reading magazines. Oh, yeah. So, Blunt Forge. This is a whole bunch of tools that we can forge with metalworking without having to research them. Cropping for cash. Oh, this teaches tobacco. So earlier I was verbally shitposting about tobacco, but now, reading that magazine, I know the growing seasons. Okay, here it is. So look at this. Average time to grow, 180 days. Planting season, April, May, June, July, August. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 months. What's 180 days? That's 6 months. So every single tobacco plant you plant in April, like you're supposed to, like the best month, it says right here, best month, April. You plant that shit in April, keep it fed and watered for May, June, July, and August, and watch it all fucking die as soon as September comes around. Because it's a 5-month planting season with a 6-month growth time. The devs don't know how to count! I'm sorry. I get really irrationally angry about such silly, simple mistakes. And I'm still very salty. I think I even took a screenshot of it. I'm still very salty about my 42.7 run. The first time I ever survived long enough to have a harvest of tobacco. And look at this! Look at this! This is what happens! As soon as September rolls around, look at this. The date, 9/2. This is September 2nd. Because the crops are outside their growing season, they just lose health. That's it. It has nothing to do with temperature. It has nothing to do with water. It has nothing to do with fertilizer. It just fucking dies if it's outside of its growth period. Alright, so there's basically what I'm saying is there is still no point to plant tobacco. I have plenty of seeds back at base, but I'm not going to plant them because they're just going to fucking die again. The devs still have not fixed that. And I can't submit a bug report. Can't submit a bug report because I have a couple of UI mods. Oh no. Can you replicate that error without mods? Fuck you. Can I play an entire save without mods? That's because that's what I'd have to do. Whatever. I'm a little mad about it. I'm just a little bit mad about it. If you couldn't already tell. It's just such a silly oversight. And you know, if smokers didn't already feel neglected in this game, their trait got nerfed from -6 points to -2. So already our smoker bros are just having a bad day when they start playing Build 42. But now they don't even get to grow their own tobacco. Like, our smoker bros who actually survive long enough to grow their own tobacco are in for a rude awakening when they make it to September 1994, when they're supposed to have their first harvest. And all they get is a bunch of dead fucking plants. Oh, I'm so sorry for our smoker bros. And that's not even the reason that I didn't take smoker. I just took it because it doesn't fucking work. You get stress from other stupid things that you get from when you take smoker as a trait. It's just been broken since the start of Build 42, and they still haven't fixed it, so... I've read all of my magazines, and I'm still not ready to sleep again, so... I guess I'm gonna read one of the stupid books. Rapping it is. It's sad, but it's the only thing I can read right now. Boy, wouldn't it be amazing if I had Tailoring 3? See, because I've made a big deal out of it, I'm never going to find it now. I'm never going to find it. Now that I've pointed it out as something that I actually need, I'm never going to find it. That's how this game works. That's how luck works. Okay, folks. I've had a good time. I don't know about you. I hope I've been entertaining to watch. I've noticed some new folks hopping in. Noticed some subscribers. Shout out to Nobunga. Always happy to see him in the chat. And, yeah, I'll catch y'all in the next one. I hope I'll be able to go tomorrow. Can't make any promises. I might have a bad day at work or just a long day, and I might be burned out. Weekdays are not very reliable. Weekends are pretty much guaranteed for me. So, we will see. Possibly tomorrow, possibly this weekend. We'll see. Good stream, folks. Good stream. And if anybody watching is not familiar with the process of backing up a save, all I do is I back up all my saves every time, like, you know, finish a stream. So this is the 12th time I've backed up the save. I open a new folder, name it 12. Just copy the whole folder, the whole save folder. Why did that happen so quickly? Oh, because I cut instead of paste. There we go. So we are up to 156,000 files across 400 megabytes. I'm not going to make you guys sit here and watch this whole copy process, but this is what I go through every time I finish a stream. I copy the entire save, back up the whole thing. I used to do this more frequently than every, what have we been at this? About 7 hours. I used to do this a lot more frequently, but recently the game's been pretty stable as long as you keep track of the problem that happens every time you sleep while it's raining.